Hey, Brittany. Hey, Dwight, can you hear me?
Hey, good morning, Bill. Yes.
Hey, buddy. Hey, I'm not sure they can hear me, but I'm going to try to juggle clinic, see patients, and come back and forth. So, but I'll try to be here today. I listened to 4.5 hours last night of YouTube, and it about killed me.
Yeah, after working all day, it's pretty tough doing that, isn't it?
It is almost impossible. But I tell you one thing, those presentations yesterday were impressive. Some of them
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you.
gracious, and then some were equally unimpressive.
Yeah.
Anyway, but I'm going to be on and off. If they call my name and I don't answer, please tell them that I'll be in and out, and whatever I miss, I'll pick up on YouTube tonight.
I
Okay.
sure will.
I
I'll do it,
appreciate it.
Bill. Yes,
All right,
sir.
buddy. Thank you.
Sir.
Today, we'll go ahead and begin our meeting this morning. We've got a full agenda. They get fuller each day, it seems, but today we'll be hearing from secure transporters and processors. We have several presentations to be made. Right now, I think all of our Zoom members are ready to go, and our in-person commission members are ready. Everybody's arrived. But before we move any further, I'll ask Mr. John McMillan, our director, to have a roll call of commission members. So, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Vaughn.
Here.
Dr. Saliski. Dr. Blakemore.
Present.
Mr. Gamble.
Here.
Dr. Martin. Dr. Jensen.
Here.
Ms. Skelton. Judge Price. Ms. Hatchett.
Here.
Mr. Harwell.
Here.
Dr. Saflarski.
Present.
Dr. Harvey.
Here.
Mr. Robinson.
Present.
We have a quorum, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. McMillan. Appreciate all of you being here today once again. Thank all of you for joining us online, those who are watching both by Zoom and on the website. As you know, we have a full day of presentations today, and we'll work hard to stay on schedule. I do want to cover a few items before we get started with further presentations. We'll keep time, and display timer will be up here on the front. As you making presentations can see the time allotment that you have. It'll start with, I think, 20 minutes on each one. Some have not requested that much time, so whatever time is allotted will be on the computer screen up here in front of you. Ms. Peters will have that in front up on the counter here. Presenters who provided a PowerPoint presentation, please use the clicker there on the little table, and you can move your slides and advance them at your pleasure, and the commission members will have an opportunity to ask questions probably at the end of your presentation. That would be preferable. And if we have to have additional time for questions and answers to get everyone satisfied, we'll do so. The materials for each applicant, including their full application, written briefs, videos, and presentations, have been provided to each commissioner in advance of today's meeting. And as a reminder, you have received all materials for applicants, regardless of whether an applicant requested you make a presentation or not. And I'm talking about the commission members. All applicants are subject to be considered for an award of a license, regardless if they're making a presentation or not. Also included in our materials today is a summary sheet for each applicant, which includes information regarding proposed facilities, ownership, and the pass-fail notations. These summary sheets also include the requirements of applicants as provided for in the statute and the AMCC rules. As we move from each presenter or each applicant, I'm going to ask Justin Aday to give a quick synopsis of any issues that may not be quickly readable or available. So Justin, just kind of be prepared for each one as we did yesterday, and we'll move forward according to that plan. I think our very first presenter has not yet arrived, Mr. Alan Forrest of Pick Up My Things. Is that right, Brittany? Don't see. So he was scheduled to be the first presenter starting at 9:30. So we're a little bit ahead of schedule. So Soraya Schultz, if you would like to come forward, are you ready to move forward? If you don't mind going early, we can take you right now, way ahead of 9:40. But if you're willing to, we're ready. So Soraya Schultz, a secure transporter. And I think you've got the 20-minute allotment. Yes, ma'am. So go ahead. Good to have you here.
And Mr.
I'm
Chairman,
sorry. I'm sorry, Soraya. Let Mr. Justin Aday make a couple of comments, please, ma'am.
just briefly for the record, commissioners, you have for applicant 1633, Soraya Schultz, full application, the applicant summary that was provided to you, a written brief from the applicant. There were pass-fail notations that were provided to the applicant in a pass-fail show cause notice, and we received response to that show cause notice, and that response is included in your materials. And just for some additional clarification from some questions that we had yesterday about pass-fail, I'm not indicating to you when I tell you that a pass-fail response was received, I'm not indicating to you that it satisfies the commission. I'm not making a decision for the commission. I'm just telling you whether or not we received a response. And that's for you to take up and consider in due course on those pass-fail items.
Okay, Ms. Soraya, good to have you here today. Thank you for coming and joining us and being willing to do so.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me okay? All right. Hello, my name is Soraya Schultz, and I am the principal owner representing my company NTNN today. I want to thank the commission for allowing me to be here to speak today. Let me begin by first telling you a little about myself and my background. I feel like the application we submitted gave you extensive information, but it didn't tell you who I am. I am a successful sales professional who is serious about establishing a business that will not only benefit my family, but my community and the great state of Alabama. Alabama is a place I have called home since I am 18 years old. I am a first-generation American that was taught the value of hard work, accountability, and transparency by my parents. My parents immigrated to the United States in the early 1960s and became citizens because they loved this country. I have attended college here in Alabama, married here in Alabama, and raised my boys here in Alabama. My application had some areas that didn't score high, but I can tell you I completed this application with 100% transparency based on the parameters outlined by the AMCC. I did not create fictional numbers or pretend that I had everything in place that was required when the application was submitted. What I can tell you is I have a support system of tenured business advisors in place. If awarded license, I do have completely compliant next steps with all the requirements outlined by the AMCC guidelines. So let me tell you a little more about my company advisors. I have a retired Army Intelligence Lieutenant Colonel. He is an expert in physical, personnel, and information security systems. This includes analysis of threat activity, fraud prevention, industry trends, and actions needed to mitigate to separate threats or fraud. He is ready to have all security plans in place if awarded a license. I have a Harvard Business Economics graduate who is currently a vice president of a private investment bank firm who will advise on all finance functions. I have a senior vice president in corporate banking ready to advise on all general banking payments, treasury functions, and company bank relations. I also have an advisor that I've consulted with that has experience in the medical cannabis industry in 4 different states. I have an advisor that I'm consulting with for all company vehicles and vehicle maintenance. I have retained an attorney that is advising on all legal decisions and entities. Regarding legal entities, I am currently operating as a sole proprietor on the advice of my attorney. We have plans in place to convert the sole proprietorship to a domestic LLC if awarded a license. At that time, I will have my plan partners, excuse me, join NTNN officially. Both of these partners are here today. One partner is born and raised in Alabama, and the other partner has been an Alabama resident for 45 years. Both of the partners will pass all background checks, including Alabama law enforcement and national background checks. These individuals will come on as full partners, and together we will split the duties of day-to-day logistics, facility management, security, marketing, and advertising. These partners will join NTNN with financial interest in the company. I also have additional funding lined up with Alabama-based private investors. And I also would like to take this moment to clarify a couple items. I did receive the pass-fail cause notice. I have submitted information to clear any issues. One issue was a question of my residency, which stated I did not provide sufficient documents showing that I had at least 15 years of Alabama residency. I have submitted a mortgage document showing my residency since April 14th, 2000 in Birmingham, Alabama. The other potential issue was stated that I had an economic interest in other applicants for licensure. I emailed AMCC for clarification on this item and received an email back that said I had checked, yes, I have an economic interest in other applicants for licensure. I have submitted a screenshot from the Alabama Medical Cannabis Association website from my application that shows I did not check yes. The box is checked no. I do not have any economic interest in any other applicants for licensure. In closing, our transport company is committed to providing safe and reliable transportation services. Our team has extensive experience in logistics, transportation, security, finance, and we are confident that we can meet and exceed the requirements put forth by the state. We understand that the medical cannabis industry is highly regulated, and we are committed to complying with all state and federal regulations. We believe that our company can help the state of Alabama grow and succeed in this market. We look forward to the opportunity to work with you. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Any commission members have any questions? Yes, Taylor.
Thank you so much for being here this morning. What items do you currently have experience with transporting?
I do not have experience in the transportation industry, which is why I'm relying on a team of advisors and gaining more knowledge every day.
So, and you don't currently yet then have a fleet of specific?
No.
Thank you.
But I do have the financial background we're ready for that. Any other questions?
Oh, just a minute, Yes, Ms. Lori. Go ahead, Ms. Skelton.
Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning.
For being here. Could you give me a little bit, following in line with Commissioner Hatchett, your specifics as it relates to what you have in place to be able to, I believe you can commence within 30 days at the facility and you own the facility. Can you tell us a little more specifics about what you would be doing in those 30 days in order to be ready to provide the secure transport?
So in the next 30 days, we would obviously be purchasing vehicles. We would obviously be renting office space, and we're ready to go with that. We have I pretty much have everything lined up. I kind of know what vehicles I want. We know what security systems we want to use. I don't have the specifics, but one of my partners has some specifics on like the security, the GPS, the monitoring. And then we know what kind of vehicles that we want. We know where and as far as the facility, and along those lines is we weren't quite sure how the transportation licenses were going to be set up as far as what territory that you would get. So we were going to base the office based on the territory. Is it like a free-for-all contract, or are you going to be in a geographic location? So those were some of the questions that we kind of held off on until we knew more from the commission.
I understand. Would some of your partners or those that you, your experts that you are relying on, would they be able to speak in more specifics about?
They're not here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had.
Well, two of my partners are here, but I know one of them can speak on transportation.
Would that be all right?
That would be great with me. It's okay with you?
Your time? If I could just get some more specifics about exactly how you're going to.
Absolutely.
The requirements of the statute. I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, no problem. This is Brantley Blow. He is born and raised here in Alabama, so he is a lifelong resident.
Hi, I'm Brantley Blow. I currently work at a alcohol distributor in the state. So I deal with distribution and transportation 5 days a week. So I've kind of been getting with our warehouse department and our transportation department and just kind of learning from them, like what the logistics are on statewide distribution. I basically would want to copy we're the biggest distributor in the state for wine and beer. So they've got it figured out with the GPS and the trucks. So yeah.
Thank you. Can you give us a few more specifics? You know, there's there's a lot of difference between transporting medical cannabis, although, hats off to you with your experience in the alcohol and distribution. But as it relates to the type of vehicle that
Yeah,
do you know that vehicle that you would be looking to purchase is actually available and would be able to be purchased by y'all within?
yeah, we would initially purchase vans that we would have retrofitted with the security cages, which would block off the driver and the passenger from the product, which I think is a requirement. And then we would have GPS and camera systems installed front and back and indoor and outdoor. But basically like Astro vans, white vans.
Okay. All right. Do you have anything you want to add to?
I think that'll do it.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Ms. Skelton. Those good questions. Anyone else have a question for Ms. Schultz?
Yes, this is,
Yes, sir, Mr. Harwell.
Thank y'all for being here today.
Thank
Uh,
you.
Tell me a little bit about your process of hiring drivers. Do y'all have a manual or something?
Well, again, that is one of the things that we are working on. And I think Brantley over here was, that may be more one of his questions too, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so any driver applicant would have to go through the appropriate background checks. They wouldn't be able to have more than, XYZ points on their driving record. Obviously, would have to pass a drug test, criminal background check, and then ideally would have distribution transportation experience. So we would be essentially kind of pulling from other distributors, people that already know how to operate the machinery, the vehicles, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
this is Dwight Gamble. Can you tell me a little bit about your financial plan?
Ms. Schultz, that's one of our online Zoom
Oh,
members.
okay.
He's asking about your
Excuse me.
financial plan from Mr. Dwight Gamble.
I currently have money set aside for this. Brantley and my other partner also have money set aside from this. And then I've got some private investors that are from Alabama. And that's just a start. So I will not be taking out a loan from a bank or mortgaging my house or, doing anything like that.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was Mr. Gamble, one of our commission members. Anyone else have a question?
Got a
Ms. Taylor?
question. Are any of you or your associated partners or investors currently operating or working with cannabis companies in other states?
No, not at all. Nope, this is new to us.
Anyone else have a question for Ms. Schultz? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, come to the microphone so of our Zoom commission members may hear your comments, please, ma'am.
I just wanted to add in regards to the question that was asked about the availability or what we were looking at transportation vans. That's not my area of expertise. However, Brantley and the gentleman that we're advising from on transportation, sometimes the particular vans that they were looking at for full security are not readily available here, but they can be bought and brought into the state. So, we have been like on hold. We are ready to invest in them. Do we need one? Do we need two? Do we need three? And that leads again to what Soraya was mentioning, the parameters of how the licenses are given. Are they in a quadrant of the state? Are they open for us to pursue the business statewide? So we're waiting on that half to know how much fully we could go forward with. So we do have things in place. We're just on pause waiting. And we do not have to seek money through other financial institutions. And all of our advisors are Alabama-based solely. So I really wanted to emphasize that.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you state your name for the
My
record?
name is Afsana Regiment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else have a question for Ms. Schultz? Yes, Ms. Laurie.
Sorry, the comments opened up another question. I'm sorry. On the financial issue, you referenced that and I certainly understand there's a lot of hurry up and wait and trying to figure things out. So I certainly understand that. When you reference you have potential investors that might come in,
Yes.
right now you're 100% the owner of this
Yes.
entity. Do you know what percentage you would be looking at potentially allowing to come in as investors in addition to yourself?
Well, that is what we are, again, trying to work out just based on if we get the license. Brantley and Afsana would be full partners. So we would probably full partnership there, but then bring in some additional money from private investors.
Do you know, would you maintain 51% ownership of the company or?
Yes.
Made that determination?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Skelton. Anyone else have a question? If not, thank you, Ms. Schultz, for your time today. We appreciate you coming and
Thank you.
sharing with us your ideas.
Thank you. Thank you to the commission for letting me speak.
Thank you. He has arrived, Mr. Alan Forrest. He's had a rough night, I believe, last night at the airport trying to get to Alabama, but thank you, Mr. Forrest, for coming today. He is with the group Pick Up My Things, a secure transporter. So, Alan, we're going to go ahead and squeeze you in. I think you didn't want a long time span to speak today. So I think we can get you in, and I think you'd make Nick Saban proud with that red today. So thank you for showing.
Roll Tide.
Before you speak, Alan, I'm going to let Mr. Justin Ade make a couple of comments about your application.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is applicant number 1622, Pick Up My Things. You have the full application for this applicant and this applicant summary report. There was pass-fail items noted, and pass-fail show cause notice was sent, and we received pass-fail show cause response from the applicant, and that's included in your materials.
Okay, thank you, Justin. All right, Alan, you got the floor, bud.
Thank you. I'm just going to read off because I don't have a presentation. I just really want to address the pass-fail deficiency that we had. Dear AMCC Commission, I'm here to address the deficiencies in my application, which is why I only took 5 minutes instead of 20. To address the pass-fail item, we have
Mr. Forrest, if you will slow down just a little bit so that.
Dear AMCC Commission, I'm here today to address the deficiencies in my application, which is why I only took 5 minutes instead of 20. To address the pass-fail items, we have restructured the percentages of the license ownership to ensure that the Alabama residents have a majority stake awarded. I would like to thank the commission at this time for the opportunity to introduce myself so you can get to know me a little bit better. I grew up in Dothan, Alabama, in a public housing known as Martin Homes. I faced a lot of lack of opportunities in education, entrepreneurial endeavors, as well as just basic survival day to day. Instead of becoming a product of my environment, I chose to pull myself up by the ladder and make something out of my life. After dropping out of high school, I immediately joined the Navy and was designated a job of naval intelligence, which was a significant achievement for me at that time. This took me to California. After serving honorably 4 years in the United States Navy, I moved to Los Angeles to pursue a career in entertainment. Despite the challenges I faced entering the entertainment business, I was able to get myself featured in Billboard magazine as the next up-and-coming recording artist. I then created a digital label managed to partner with iHeart Music through my mentor and good friend, Bob Pittman, who is the CEO of iHeart. I also graduated UCLA's music business program and had over 31 singles promoted through the program of the Digital Artist Integration Program. And after that, I decided to expand my entrepreneurial endeavors. I started with one vending machine in Madison, Wisconsin, and I have grown that business tremendously to over 130 vending locations throughout airports. I'm one of the largest minority-owned vending companies in that space. I also started a tech company called Fly Life, which has partnerships with over 600 airport lounges worldwide with our unique partnerships within the airport business. We have partnerships with Clear Channel and Lamar for in-terminal advertising, and recently won a $95 million contract with Bus.com to help manage LAX's Flyaway, My company also won the RFP for the OC Fair as transcribers for the OC Agriculture Board. I was featured as the face of the campaign as Forbes 2021 Top Next Entrepreneurs as the face of the South. Aside from being featured in countless blogs and internet magazines, as well as Dothan Eagle, I'm currently the VP of PR for AMAC, which is the largest airport minority advisory council in the world with over 3,000 members who are all concessionaires throughout the airport. I'm a disabled veteran partners for Parents Anonymous, a nonprofit who recently won $15 million to create and manage and help a helpline for kids and parents in crisis, providing them with the critical resources for the next 5 years. So you may be wondering, what does this have to do with Alabama? As the proverb goes, as much is given, much is expected. Being raised in Alabama, I wanted to give all the knowledge I've gained so the next kid growing up in public housing can have a slight different opportunities to become something bigger than I did. In 2019, I started a nonprofit in Alabama called the Minority Fund, which I managed to secure partnerships with Alabama Power, BBVA PNC, Comcast, Wells Fargo, and Walmart. We have held countless events in the Southeast region promoting local economic development to low to moderate income areas, as well as empowering kids aged 10 through 18. In fact, our next event is next month, December the 16th, which always has over 53 kids. We will provide them with dinner, toys, and access to counselors for support to let them know that they are loved in the state of Alabama. I've also opened up a co-working suite in partnership with UPS to promote small business development in the Southeast region of Alabama. Additionally, I opened up a testing center called TestX, which is the largest testing facility for virtual school students in the Southeast region of Alabama with over 500 kids. Our second location is opening in Anniston in 2024, which has over 12,000 square feet. The Forest Group was the first company to win the airport lounge contract in Birmingham Airport pre-COVID, but unfortunately due to COVID, we had to cancel that contract and now are waiting to rebid that when it comes out. I was also the first company to win that airport lounge contract in the history of Alabama, as far as I'm aware of. Additionally, I'm partners with Lamar for in-terminal advertising inside of Birmingham Airport, as well as a couple of vending airport operations inside of the airport. I started Pick Up My Things, which is a transport secure delivery platform, and we're amongst one of the few applicants to receive, the first applicants to receive Alabama's first alcohol delivery license. I'm one of the few companies in my category of secure transports to get over 11 letters of intent, despite not knowing who else was applying for the medical cannabis. I've garnered public support from the Assistant DA of Dothan, Alabama, as well as the CEO of Public Houses in Dothan, Alabama, and the most public common support for transporters and Alabamians around the world, from around the world. Our accountant, or CPA, is the same accountant to the richest man in Alabama, and my other partners are successful local businessmen in Alabama in the industries of pest control, government contracting, hemp farming, signage, and window installation business. In total, 51% of the licenses controlled by minorities and women in business. As you can see, Commission, I'm very successful and passionate about Alabama, and I have a great team behind me. When granted the license to securely transport medical grade cannabis in the state of Alabama, I can assure you that I would be one of the best companies for the job. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. West. About how many employees do you think you'll be using if you were to get a license here in Alabama?
Well, that would just depend on who you guys seem to give the license to, because without them, we won't be in business. So it's dependent if the people that we have LOIs with happen to win licenses. Right now, currently with the roster that we have with Pick Up My Things, I have about 58 drivers ready to go. And we use a background service called Checker, so that makes sure that they have no felonies and that their license are good.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. West. Any other commission members have a question for Mr. Allen West?
Forest.
Forest, I'm sorry.
Like the trees.
Well, Pick Up My, yes, I think somebody online had a question. Is that right?
It's Dr. Soliski. I was hoping he could address, I thought he was going to talk about the pass-fail item. Maybe I missed that.
Yeah, so we restructured that. I just kind of had the calculations mixed up with the way I was splitting it up, but we was able to restructure that to make sure that 51% of the application is going to be going to the Alabama residents, and the rest of it will be controlled by me, which I'm technically from Alabama, but I just live in California, so I have a residence out there, and I don't qualify for the 15 years.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Dr. Soliski. Any other question? Yes,
Yes.
Ms. Skelton.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
A few questions. Can you, in your application, there's a lot of reference to the type of fleet that you would be purchasing.
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about that and whether or not you've already purchased or have contracts awaiting to purchase or lease? Just a little bit of specifics and details. I couldn't find a VIN number or
Sure.
anything in the reference of your description in the
Sure.
application.
So we've been in talks with a couple of different companies how we're going to purchase those vehicles. Those vehicles that I have in my application are obviously the creme de la creme of support. But to start off, I think we're going to start off a little bit smaller, but still have the same capabilities as well as GPS tracking. We also have proprietary technology with our boxes that when our products are locked in our boxes, they cannot be opened unless they're at the destination and have the Bluetooth key or the code to open up those boxes. Our cages are, I wouldn't say they're installed permanently in there, but we can put cages in there that will securely secure the product that's within inside of there. And then we've also secured partnerships for when we're distributing the oils for boxes. So we don't have to spend as much as converting our vans for AC, but we have boxes that will be able to maintain the 0 degrees of coolness for 3 days, which is significantly allows us to scale up pretty quick without having to pay $300,000 for a truck immediately.
Thank you. And one other, excuse me, one other question. If you could tell me a little bit about your facility. You referenced you can commence operations at your facility in 123 days. That's kind of a unique number, and that you lease or rent that location. Could you give us a little more specifics about that, please?
Sure. Well, we already have that building in location right now. It's located in Dothan, Alabama, and it's probably just without even having the secured boundaries around it. We're located literally right in front of the police department, so you got to be pretty crazy to do anything in front of there. But I think with our construction team, we would be able to get it done actually even sooner than that. But I just wanted to give myself a breather room just in case the commission comes back and say that we need to make some modifications to that building.
Is that a long-term lease or year to year?
We've been in that. Well, I've been in that building per se about 3 years right now, and in that particular suite, we've been holding it for a year for planning for this move right here.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Skelton. Ms. Hatchett, I think you've got a question.
Are you or any of your associates or partners working with or being financially assisted by companies that are already transporting cannabis in other states?
We are now. I'm pretty self-funded. I pick up my things with all of our own capital. So for that software and that platform, I probably spent already about $150,000.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Forrest. Any other questions? Any of our Zoom commission members have a question? Anyone here in person? Thank you, Mr. Forrest, for being here today, making the
Thank
long
you.
trek to visit with us, and thank you for the time.
Anytime. Thank you so much.
Mr. Alan Forrest with Pick Up My Things. We're in pretty good shape time-wise. We'll go ahead and have the Tyler Van Lines individuals come up. I think there's 3 of you making presentations today. Is that right?
It's just gonna be 2.
Okay, just 2. Got Lee Knowles, Leon Hussey, and Jason Eubanks. So which one of y'all introduce yourself as you start your presentation, please, sir.
Thank you, sir. My name is Lee Knowles.
Mr. Knowles, give me just a second. This is 1676 Tyler Van Lines. You have their full application, their applicant summary report, and a written brief that they submitted. And there were no pass-fail issues identified with their application.
Thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, my name is Lee Knowles, and I'm here on behalf of Tyler Van Lines, along with Lee Hussey and Jason Eubanks, and that's the 3 members of our team. Jason is in Geneva County handling our court docket this morning, so I came up here and he stayed down there, so that's why he wasn't able to make it. Let me thank you for allowing us to make this presentation, and I also want to tell you that we think we are uniquely situated to provide the transportation needs for this industry, both safely, efficiently, and securely. I'm going to try to demonstrate that to you through three things: the team we put together, the talents that we have within inside that team, and the commitment that we have to, to do a good job in this industry. I've known Jason Eubanks since high school. He went to Slocum. I went to Geneva, same county, played sports against each other. And we reconnected when we got out of law school and started practicing law in Geneva County. And so we've been close friends for over 20 years. I went to college with Lee Hussey, and we went to Troy together. So I've known him for over 25 years. And when this came out and people started talking about, medical marijuana was going to be legal in Alabama, I got a phone call from Jason Eubanks, and he said, "Hey, I've got a transport company. Would you like to get involved with me? And let's see if we can get a secured license under the new act." I said, "Let's look into it." So 2 weeks later, I get a phone call from Lee Hussey, and he says, "Hey, I own a transport company, and I've been looking at this license for the secured transport for medical marijuana. Would you like to get involved with me?" And I said, "Well, let me put two people together." So I put Jason Eubanks and Lee Hussey together. And why that's important, because sometime during this presentation, you're going to start asking, well, why they need you? And it's going to be a pretty decent question. We're all residents of the state of Alabama. We were all born. I mentioned that Jason grew up in Slocum. I grew up in Geneva. Lee grew up in Troy. We're all living back. Well, I guess Jason lives in Dothan, so he lives within 10 miles of where he grew up. But we're here, have no plans of leaving, and we have businesses in Alabama. Under the team, Mark, I think that building the relationship with other prospective licensees falls under that category. We have reached out to as many people as we could reach out to, talked to as many people as that would talk to us, and have met with a few. We feel like we've fostered some good relationships with people who have the potential to get a license, and look forward to working with them. But the real strength of this company is the talents. These guys are already experienced experts in the two fields that are merging together here. Jason Eubanks, along with his family, that has operated a secure transport company since 2007, so I think 17 years. And what that business does is it takes a contract from the state of Alabama, and they securely transport state inmates who are in the Department of Corrections to and from the doctor and the dentist and wherever else the Department of Corrections needs them to go. So as far as transporting something securely, I mean, you got to be somewhat at the top of the chain. Lee, since for 25 years, has operated a logistics and transportation company, trucking company, out of Troy. So when I say the two things that we need here merge together, we are and have been successfully transporting sensitive and sometimes dangerous product and people in a regulatory field. I mean, we're doing what I think this commission is looking to have we're already doing it. Every time I make a presentation, I say something, and I've got a good point to this, but I don't want to offend anybody else with a license. We drafted our application. Dave Mowry's a friend of mine. I have no problem with using a consultant. I don't mean you can't, we're better because we didn't use a consultant. We wanted to point out to y'all that although we had not entered this before, we cared enough about it to sit down, read through the regulations. We drew from our own experiences. We drew from the hard knocks of startup companies, and we drew from the successes. So we feel like when there's a lot of emphasis on a business being born and bred out of the state of Alabama, that we hit those marks, and everything that was in our application and what we're trying to present to you today is, quite frankly, born and raised out of the state of Alabama. Now, what this does is we feel like this gives us the ability to customize solutions. And what we mean by that in our application in the brief is we can adapt and we can pull from those experiences, and these are Lee's words, but the unique requirements for medical cannabis transport, we believe we have the ability to adapt and customize solutions as we go forward in an effort to not only, you know, drive down costs, but understand the cost and stay competitive within a reasonable standard so that can be beneficial to everybody. You know, thirdly is our commitment to this. You've got our life. I mean, you've got our financial statements. We're committed to it. We're going to fund it ourselves. We're going to put the amount of money into it that it takes to get it. We think we can sustain if it is hard to get off the ground, if this startup does take time, we feel like we can sustain it. We have trucks ready to go. We have drivers ready to go. Because of the secured transport part of the other business, we have the ability to train more drivers as we need them to grow at a rate that's going to be needed to meet the demand. We have a facility that's waiting in Troy, Alabama. It's ready to go. There are a few items that are going to deal with getting, you know, more secure, like cameras in the trucks, that we are waiting to find out if we get a license before we make that expense. But we talked about it this morning. I think we can be ready in 3 days. I mean, we can get it off the ground very, very quickly. The facility, we put a blueprint of that in our packet. If you got any questions about that, Lee built it. So I think that he's going to be the one to answer those questions. But as I stated earlier, those items that I've presented to you is what we're using to say that we are uniquely situated to do exactly what you need us to do, which is securely transport the medical cannabis safely and securely. And we look forward to doing it. We're ready to go to work. Thank you. And if you have any questions, we'll be glad to answer them.
First one I've got, can you clarify the ownership a little bit? I know there's 3 of you listed. Do you mind explaining kind of how you plan to manage and who's the actual full ownership and all that kind of thing?
Yeah, we're a third as
Okay.
we sit here right now. Lee Hussey has taken the lead on I would say he's the CEO, and that's just because he's a hustler and he came to the top and started telling us what to do, and we don't mind that.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Any other commissioners have a question? Yes, Dr. Jensen.
Yes, thank you for being here. So you said that Lee, I guess, had a transport company that already has a contract with the state.
Mr. Eubanks, Jason Eubanks.
Oh, Jason does. I'm sorry.
He's got the transportation company, and then Eubanks has the secure transport of the state inmates.
So has there been any issues with their contract as far as non-compliance issues or?
No, sir, not to my knowledge. And I would think I can say that safely because they just were rewarded that contract in the recent months.
And all of you, do you have other contracts with the state or state?
Well, I guess if you call
Service.
indigent defense work a contract with the state, I do a little bit of that. But no, sir, I don't have another contract with the state of Alabama in anything close to what we're trying to accomplish here.
And also, have you done this type of business in any other state regarding medical?
No,
cannabis
sir.
or-
No, sir. We have no contacts with anybody outside the state,
Okay, thank you.
and very few with inside the state so far.
Thank you, Dr. Jensen. Anyone else have a question? Commission members? Yes, Ms. Skelton.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. You referenced in your experience that y'all have had experience transporting sensitive materials. Can you tell us a little bit more about what type of sensitive?
Yeah, let Mr. Hussey answer that because he's the transport company.
Prisoners, they're not material.
Thank you. I'm Lee Hussey. What we mean by that is our transport company, we've had a Kentucky liquor license. So we have transported alcohol products back to Alabama ABC. And then we were referencing also the transport of Alabama prisoners by Jason Eubanks and his company.
Okay. And as it relates specifically to the medical cannabis and the rules and regulations regarding the proper transportation of them, for example, the sealed containers and other items referenced within the fleet of vehicles, whether it be trucks, vans, et cetera, do y'all stand ready to be able to make those conversions within a short period of time as well?
Yes, ma'am. We've already purchased the vehicles. We have all the security protocols, the cameras, alarm system, panic button. We have all those things in place. We're just waiting for the license before we sign a long-term contract.
Okay.
They require a long-term contract, so we're ready, but we want to have it in hand and then we'll sign up.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Skelton. Any other commission member have a question or comment? Thank you guys for being here today. That's Tyler Van Lines,
Thank
LLC. While the folks from Alabama Secure Transport, if you're here, are you here yet? Okay. While y'all are coming up, I'll have Mr. Justin Ade make a couple of comments pertaining to your application.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is applicant number 1689, Alabama Secure Transport LLC. You have their full application and their applicant summary report. There were no pass-fail items noted with their application.
Thank you, Justin. Once again, Alabama Secure Transport LLC, and our presenters today are Mr. Neil Watley and Mr. Porter Reeves. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Thank y'all for coming today.
Thank
The
you.
floor is yours, and Ms. Peters will put your time allotment of 15 minutes up here on the counter where you can see it.
Thank you, sir. All right. We'd like to thank you all for allowing us to present today. This is Porter Reeves. I'm Neil Watley. We're with Alabama Secure Transport, and we've applied for a secure transport license. Our mission is to provide safe and reliable transportation to the medical cannabis community as efficient and secure as possible while maintaining the utmost integrity of a valued transport partner. If awarded a license, our commitment to the commission would be one of compliance, transparency, customer service, employee safety, and cargo security, all while using advanced technology and systems. Now I'll turn it over to Mr. Reeves to introduce our team.
Thank you. Obviously, that is me. I'm Porter Reeves. Born and raised in Alabama here in Montgomery, went to University of Alabama, came back to actually Troy after that and worked in the transportation and marketing and risk management for Assured Partners for almost 7 years. After that, I went to work for a company called MAF Expedited, located here in Montgomery, that has facilities all across the Southeast, where I learned valuable experience on the operational side, route optimization, delivery pickup business. Probably very, very valuable experience that I look back on now to help me in this endeavor. Let's see. Neil Watley, our CEO. We're currently in the transportation business. Neil's been in this since you were born, right? He specializes in equipment, technology, asset management, and transportation software. We currently specialize in refrigerated transportation, so we're very knowledgeable in trying to keep stuff at a certain temperature, climate controlled, all of that. We hauled everything from ice cream at -20 to flowers, vegetables, you name it, frozen poultry. We do it all. Next is our COO, Graham Sutter, born and raised in Alabama as well. Graduated from Auburn with a degree in supply chain management. Spent 8 years at Coyote Logistics. In 2020, him and Mr. Watley partnered to start BFS Logistics, which is one of our parent corporations right now. In less than 3 years, we've gone from 2 employees to over 30 and look to be at 50 in the next year. Our CFO is Scott Baranco. He graduated from Auburn with degrees in finance and accounting, obtained his CPA designation and practiced that for 3 years. He also crossed paths with myself, working in the risk management industry for Assured Partners for for a little over 2 years, and he joined us in 2022 as our CFO. Our IT director, Clint Henderson, has over 10 years of experience in the realms of finance, cybersecurity, and managed service providers. He's obtained multiple certifications, and he's also on a path to obtain his CISSP. He has technical experience with cash transit vehicles as well. He's a very, very valuable member of our team, especially how knowledgeable he is with all the technology that we'll be using in this endeavor. Our safety consultant is Lanny Samples, who spent over a decade as the safety director for RE Garrison Trucking, which has almost 900 drivers. He was over cargo security at that time and was also tasked with creating and implementing the company's procedures to comply with the FDA's Food Safety and Modernization Act, which we also feel will be very valuable for us as we rely on him to help us perfect or hone our skills in keeping all of our, I guess you could say, samples, everything segregated in our vehicles so that there's no cross-contamination. Lanny's a very, very smart individual with all this knowledge, so we're looking forward to having him help us with all that. Software technology partners. Samsara, Sataris, McLeod, these are our 3 big systems. They all tie in together, and I'm going to let Neil give you a brief overview of these systems.
Thank you. Cloud software is our main software platform. They're based out of Birmingham, and with this software, we're able to dispatch our fleet, manage orders, provide our customers with a customized portal, stay in compliance with DOT and FMCSA, and utilize its tote tracking capability. This system is fully customizable and will allow us to interface with Metric, the state's seed to sale tracking system. Some other notable companies that use McLeod to manage their fleets are Tyson Foods, Quikrete, CRST International, which has over 5,000 trucks, and FedEx Custom Critical. This is our customer portal that allows our customers to view and track their orders. We're able to show them the names of our drivers and vehicle number that we'll be picking up or delivering, so customers can verify personnel via their name badge. Our customers are also able to track their shipments via this portal. McLeod is also integrated with our imaging system for document creation and retention. This will allow us to create custom manifests to meet the commission's requirements. Our drivers will be able to use the McLeod app to upload all documents and information, immediately updating all information in the customer portal, as well as updating the seed to sell system. All of this can be done from the driver's phone before they even leave the pickup or delivery location. Customers will have the ability to input their own orders via our customer portal. We can upload their product book with SKUs into McLeod so they can enter their orders directly, limiting human error so the manifest can be created immediately and accurately. We've shown demonstrations to applicants across all categories and have had nothing but positive responses for the platform we can provide for them. Our next partner is Sataris. Sataris is a fleet maintenance software we utilize to track preventative maintenance schedules to ensure our vehicles and equipment are reliable. Some notable companies that use Sataris are Walmart, Waste Management, T-Force Freight, which was formerly known as UPS Freight, and Republic Services. Lastly is Samsara. Through them, we utilize dash cams, vehicle tracking, daily vehicle inspections, panic buttons, environment monitoring, and GPS tote trackers. We also have the ability to remotely disable a vehicle within our Samsara dashboard. With all the technology and hardware offered by Samsara, we're able to constantly monitor our equipment as well as our drivers' behavior to ensure the safety and security of people and cargo. Via their platform, we can set alerts to notify us the moment events happen that we need to be aware of. Some examples of notifications are when an engine is turned off outside of a geofence, there is an unplanned stop of more than 3 minutes, or when a panic button is pressed. We can also monitor the temperature and humidity levels and see when the cargo doors are opened and get alerts when it's outside of a geofence. Our customizable software allows us to meet all current requirements for the commission and any future requirements that may be put in place. With everything our partners offer, the real advantage is how they connect with each other. Seamless integration between all platforms allows us to capture all information needed in the cloud so we can push it out to Metric, the seed to sale system. Here's some of our security providers. Rhombus and Swan handle our vehicle and facility video surveillance, as well as our access control. Alabama-based Bachelor Technologies handles our cybersecurity and offers a full suite of products to cover all potential threats. These are the Rhombus cameras we have shown in one of our vans. They're set to always be recording and will be configured to allow for continuous cloud backup, no matter if the vehicle is on the road or connected to Wi-Fi at the office. Rhombus also offers air quality sensors that can detect carbon dioxide, VOCs, vape, or smoke. We've also partnered with Mid-State Thermo-King as our supplier for cold containers. Cold container offers portable units to hold products in transit that need to be kept at a certain temperature. These units can be set to maintain temperature as hot as 104 or as cold as -11, all while being powered from a vehicle's cigarette lighter. That concludes our presentation. We just want to reiterate our appreciation for allowing us to present today. And with that, we're open to any questions you may have for us.
Thank you, Neil. I know we're going to have some questions. Ms. Skelton?
Good morning.
Good
Thank
morning.
you for being here. Just a few quick questions. Can you give us a few more specifics about how you intend to make the transition from what you currently transport with, I believe you said refrigerated items? For instance, the containers you just saw, are those, do you have a way for those to be secure and not to be open during transit? And if you could just walk us through that transition, how you can make that and comply with the security requirements that are added to this type of transportation?
Yes, ma'am. Right now, we currently do our refrigerated transports in large vehicles. We have purchased a fleet. We have 2 2021 vans and 1 Equinox, 2023 Equinox. We are able to secure the totes and those cold containers with cable seals. We've purchased totes, cable seals, GPS trackers for the totes, and we've got the partitions in the vans to prevent drivers from accessing that during transport.
Okay, thank you. Just, Mr. Chairman, a comment I would like to make about this application. I would like to thank y'all for your application. It was one of the most inclusive, transparent, and excellent applications that I believe has been submitted. Very informative.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions from a commission member? Mr. Harwell?
Have y'all thought about a fee schedule, what it might cost to transport? I know you don't know the locations yet.
Yes, sir. Based on my experience in the LTL business, we're probably looking at a zone type structure, depending on where the applicants or future licensees are actually located based on our facility. So once all those set locations are in place, it'll allow us to kind of set our regions per se on pricing to an extent. So Obviously something here local for a pickup is going to be a lot cheaper than going to Birmingham to get it just because of the cost involved. We've got two people in the vehicle, you got fuel. That's our plan. Now, we also have the ability to run stuff on a, what do you call a hot shot? Whereas if a client wants just their product on that vehicle, we're going to be fully equipped to do that. And if we want to pick up multiple stops, if that's, part of the equation, we can do either. So I've got plenty of experience in route planning from my LTL days. So hopefully that'll be very valuable in this endeavor. Yes, sir.
Very good presentation. I appreciate you guys being here. Quick question. Are either of you or any of your associated partners already involved in secure transport of recreational or medical cannabis in other states?
No, ma'am, we're not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hatchett. Any other questions from a commission member? Any of our commission members on the Zoom call? We have a question? This is for Alabama Secure Transport LLC. We have Neil and Porter with us today. That's a great presentation, guys. Thank you for
Mr.
coming.
Chairman.
Yes, Dwight.
Yes, this is Dwight Gamble. Your guys' plan is to cover the entire state?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other commission members? Thank y'all for your time today and coming and being willing to share with us today all your thoughts and giving us a lot of insight into your operation. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
We have a scheduled break before we start into the processor licensing, so we will I think our break calls for us to start back up at 10:50. So if we're back before then, we'll take Coosa Medical Manufacturing, the processing. That'll be the next category that we'll take on after a while, but we'll take a short break and reconvene here shortly. So thank you.
It says mute.
Just see what I see. When the line is through it, it means that they cannot hear you.
Judge, I think you live right now.
Hey, bud.
I said you might want to put it on mute.
Oh, who is this? So Sam? Who is this, Sam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, I want to be on live. I've been on mute all morning, Sam.
Oh, okay. Okay.
How you been doing?
Hey,
How you doing?
I'm just want to double check on you.
Yeah, you're doing well.
Okay.
You weren't on the other day, were you?
No,
Yesterday?
sir. No, sir. At this pharmacy. I'm at the pharmacy this morning.
Yeah, you at the pharmacy?
Yes,
Well,
sir.
I have a doctor appointment 1 o'clock, so I'll be signing off then.
Okay. Good to see you.
Good to see you, bud.
Yes, sir.
They have to come back on. They haven't come back on yet. They haven't started up yet.
No, sir. I think they're gonna start back up like probably 10, 15 more minutes.
Oh, okay. I'm just going to be about 15 more minutes.
What?
Sam said it'll be about 15 more minutes.
Who's saying?
One of the pharmacists is
One what?
pharmacist.
So they're waiting for him to show up?
No. They took a break about another 15 minutes, I understand. It's perfect.
Do what?
Yeah.
Do what?
I said it. If mine working.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, just leave it.
You don't you have you need to make up your mind. You're working for the doctor.
No, trying to put it on.
Wait, Charles, look, I put it where it should be. Look.
Sam can hear us talking now. So.
How do you know that?
Plus he told me.
I just told you that's what with the red line is doing. It means that you are.
So I put the red line on. So then I put the red.
Yes.
Well, just wait until they come back home.
Again, our next round of presentations. We're scheduled to begin at 10:50. If Miss Heather Watson will be making her way forward, I guess that's you. Is that right, Miss Heather?
Yes, sir.
Okay, before you get started, I'm going to ask Mr. Justin A. Day if he'll make a couple of comments pertaining to your application. Justin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is applicant number 1617, Coosa Medical Manufacturing. You have their full application and the applicant summary document that was prepared. Also, they submitted a brief in support of their application, and there were no pass-fail items noted in their application.
Thank you, Justin. Ms. Heather, you'll see Ms. Peters, she'll put the computer right up here on the counter and you'll see your time frame of 20 minutes allotted to you and your team. So the floor is now yours. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Commission, for the opportunity to present the candidacy and credentials for Coosa Medical Manufacturing. My name is John Brown. This is Dr. Heather Watson, and this is Colin Earl representing Coosa. I think just before we get started, a couple words about the responsibility that we have and what we're bringing to the table, in that this is a medical manufacturing application that we have. We take that very seriously. We are bringing certain credentials that we think are fairly rare locally to the state, being it chemical, being it quality or safety, and being manufacturing. And so we were representing those specialties here today. And we hope that you actually see the candidacy of Coosa in a favorable manner. So we have, next slide, please.
You run that.
I didn't have the orientation first. So as part of our team, we have two medical doctors, both of them with expertise in sports management and pain management. So they, of course, are Dr. David Harden, who I've had a relationship with for about the last 5 to 6 years, and Dr. Robert Agee, who is represented from Morehouse College. So those two are dedicated professionals in this particular field of expertise, which we think add a strong medical slant towards our particular focus.
And I'm Heather Watson. I've been in Tuscaloosa, Alabama since 1997. I got my degrees from the University of Alabama. I did a PhD in analytical chemistry where I focused on proteins, overexpressing them, PCR, mass spectrometry, so analyzing things that are very complex mixtures and determining how much of each of those components are in there. I went on to do my postdoc in medicine for biochemical research and disease research. And then I never intended to be in cannabis in any way, but I started a lab called Task Labs where I was running outside cannabis samples on the West Coast. I was out there trying to determine quality of CBD and THC, and I started to find some really weird molecules in there that no one knew. We knew that they weren't in the plants themselves, but I started to ask a lot of questions about how they got there, and I found out that they were putting acetic acid and other compounds in there, and they were making not natural, very large molecules, and I was very concerned. So I started going to analytical conferences around the country and started asking questions. As part of the ASTM D37 Cannabis Committee, I started getting involved in the regulatory part of that, quality control. I started asking very hard questions like, hey, are you looking for heavy metals, et cetera. I started getting very concerned because I heard that they were pumping THC oil straight into immunocompromised patients, including little babies, and they did not have any specs for how much heavy metal could be in there. So I was very concerned about large molecules that were made during production that should not be there. They're not part of the plant. And I started just advising and consulting in that space that way. And then I got a license when ADA, I started doing hemp, and I have been running Southern Apothecary, a hemp extract company, since 2019. End of 2018, I started playing with that, and it's been doing very well. I love working with Alabama farmers.
Thank you, Heather. So my name is, again, John Brown. I'm appointed as the COO of Coosa Medical. My background is I was, of course, born. I've lived most of my life here in the state of Alabama. The only time that I've had to leave was when I was involved for 18 years in pharmaceutical manufacturing. So I've been involved in 3 blockbuster drugs, which are Risperdal Consta, Vivitrol, and Byetta. Those are all 3 based on biodegradable polymers, which is what I consider my deepest interest and expertise in. So drug delivery systems, pharmaceutical manufacturing at both the commercial and clinical level is where I've spent the last 2 decades. So I'm currently the founder and CEO of a biodegradable polymer company, which is based in Birmingham, Alabama, in which we are looking at an acquisition in the next couple of months. So we're very excited about that. As part of that, and as part of staying active and staying contributory towards the state of Alabama, I'm very happy to be a part of CUSA Medical. And with that, I want to bring the mindset and the responsibility that the FDA mandates for medical products and bringing that into our culture and making a product that we can all be proud of. So working hand in hand with Heather and the chemistry end of things, we look to take this very variable product coming from a variety of farmers, a variety of strains, and customizing the output to be therapeutic. So looking at the various types of materials that can come out of it and what specifically they can be used for in the medical cannabis market is what we do. So that's both looking at particular isolates and looking at drug delivery systems and how they can be most effectively applied for the proper therapeutic outcomes.
With that said, we are going to launch in 2 phases. Our initial product lineup will be in tinctures because of its bioavailability and ease to market. We will also focus on gelatins because patients really enjoy that acting mechanism, that delivery mechanism. Topicals, bioavailable through the absorption of the skin, and suppositories, very good for cancer patients or anyone who is having a problem digesting things. So that's a really good way, effective way for the bioavailability of the compounds in need. Next slide. And then in phase 2.
So I think in phase 2, we do focus on the more specific drug delivery systems, which are more for narrow type applications. Again, looking at the isolates, looking at how we can advance those therapeutic outcomes to look at very specific compounds that would lend themselves towards a transdermal drug delivery system or potentially neuralizers in which the uptake varies based on the biochemistry of the body itself. So we would look to take these specific isolates and match them to specific delivery methods. So I think this is a novel approach in this particular area and something that I think distinguishes CUSA from the other folks that you're talking to today. So I think taking this science-based approach and looking at the very specific routes of administration are things that will ultimately result in better outcomes for the patient. Going into the manufacturing process, and again, looking at our particular backgrounds, we look at the pharmaceutical manufacturing processes as those which we can actually implement significant processes and procedures that give us a measure of control and a measure of quality that is second to none. So given our particular approach, we see that we're going to implement things like corrective action, preventative action, things like feedback loops, and things such as the regulatory procedures and policies that we need to go through, which we already have a significant amount of experience in.
I think that this is pretty self-explanatory. We'll skip.
Hi, my name is Colin Earl, and my educational background is that I have a degree in security and risk analysis from Penn State University. For the past nearly 8 years, I've been the founder and managing director of CSU Consulting, a cannabis and hemp consultancy that has operated, served clients in over 20 US states in 10 countries. And just to brief on the security, So the CUSA's security plan has been developed in parallel with its director of security, who has U.S. military as well as Alabama law enforcement experience, as well as its security vendors who have decades securing and planning facilities for cannabis and cannabis adjacent facilities, such as financial institutions and banks and government buildings, et cetera. So from the very foundation of CUSA's facility, security has been implemented at every step. That starts with the actual building construction itself, such as the concrete block reinforcements covering all exterior walls as well as interior walls, bordering limited access areas. CUSA's comprehensive alarm and intrusion detection system will be connected to a remote monitoring partner that upon one of the pieces of equipment, such as a motion detector, glass break sensor, door contact, or panic button is activated, will be immediately notified, who will then notify law enforcement. The monitoring partner has redundant stations all across the country. Security cameras will cover the entirety of the interior and exterior of the facility, as well as all surrounding parking lots and all trees, bushes, foliage, and barriers in the perimeter of the property. And the facility will be removed to illuminate the threats such as trespassers and potential threats. The vaults that CUSA will utilize will be classified as Class 5 based on the U.S. General Services Administration standards and the DEA standards for storing Schedule I controlled substances. To ensure proper security posture among CUSA's employees and management, comprehensive training will be implemented, whether that be for physical security or cybersecurity as well. Community engagement is a large part and parcel of CUSA's business plan. The team has obtained letters of endorsement from both the mayor of Centerville as well as a Centerville citizen proposing that CUSA's facility and operations will be a great benefit to the community. All of CUSA's wages will be above the living wage as calculated by MIT's living wage calculator for Bibb County as well as Centerville. And Miles College has signed an MOU with CUSA to provide a management training program for a couple of students every year.
So in conclusion, we'd like to just summarize that based on the weight of our application, as well as the expertise that we continue to bring to the table, we would like to submit our candidacy and for your consideration. So thank you very much for your time, and we can welcome any questions that you might have.
Thank you, John. I didn't get your name a while ago. You mentioned it.
Colin Earl.
Colin Earl?
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Any commission member have a question? Yes, Ms. Skelton.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank y'all for being here. I notice on your facility that you project 120 days to commence operations, and that agreement is contingent on approval of the license here. Can you tell me a little bit about that contingency? Do you have a current option on the property, and also a little more specifics about that facility, if you could, please?
Yes, so certainly. So CUSA has an option to purchase the property. It will be built from the ground up, utilizing 3 separate crews, each serving 8-hour shifts. So constructing the facility for 24 hours a day, every day.
And so you expect to be able to do that within 120 days?
Yes, and as a contingency, if allowable by the commission. Heather Watson, as she explained, she does have a hemp processing facility that she currently utilizes within Alabama in the Tuscaloosa area. And as I said, if approved by the commission as a contingency, if construction is delayed, we would potentially apply to have that facility serve as a stopgap.
Okay, thank you. And do you have any existing relationships, or have you reached out to any potential applicants for secured transporters with pending agreements in the event of licensure?
Yes, actually, every category of licensee pertaining to secure transporters, cultivators, and dispensing applicants.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Skelton. Any other commission member have a question or comment?
Yes,
Yeah,
sorry.
Ms. Go ahead, Ms. Hatchett, and then we'll go online members.
Just wanted to ask, thank you for being here today, and just wanted to ask if you or any of your associates already have business dealings with companies that are processing cannabis in other states.
Currently, not at the moment in terms of an operational capacity, but yes, we have worked with multiple cultivators, processors, breeders, genetics companies, and dispensaries across the U.S.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hatchett. Someone online had a question. Can you?
Yes, Jersey Shafarsky. Quick question, and I understand you guys have personal experiences in the pharmaceutical industry, but what is the experience of Kusa Medical in pharmaceutical grade products?
So I think with Kusa Medical as a newly formed entity, we'll bring in expertise such as myself, such as within our own networks to accomplish those needs.
But currently no experience, is that correct?
I would say based on the virtue of our team, we have decades of experience.
That was not the question. The question was whether Kusa Medical has any experience in pharmaceutical grade products, delivering those products to the market.
As an entity, no, you are correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Zafarski. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I got one.
Yes, sir, Mr. Harwell.
Kind of explain the process when you receive a product. Do you do your own testing, or do you rely upon a testing lab?
So I can speak to that one. So I have my own equipment, HPLCs and GCs, different things, moisture meters. So I do that, but I also utilize the C of A's that a farmer brings me, and I do it in comparison. So a lot of times the C of A's that are generated by the state or a third-party testing lab aren't exactly what I receive, and then you have to make adjustments. So I have real-time, and we intend to have real-time testing equipment on site so that we can formulate and pivot as needed. If a doctor says, hey, I have an intraocular pressure issue, right? You can add more CBG and you can bring that down. There are formulation things you can do to tweak that. And it really helps when you have in-house expertise on analytical chemistry, because you can go in the lab, you can formulate, you can go in the testing lab, and you can determine real time what that is. But then of course you do third-party testing so that it's subjective, right? Objective.
Thank you. Thank you, Heather. Anybody else have a question? Yes, Ms. Skelton. Go ahead.
Could you articulate for us the good manufacturing policies and practices, and how you can assure us that would take place at your
Certainly. I mean, subject to the specific rules that are in place for medical cannabis in the state of Alabama, the comprehensive experience that we bring in terms of good manufacturing practices and FDA regulated facilities also come into play, as do GLPs, which is good laboratory practices, and good clinical practices, so GCP. All of those are built on top of systems like ISO 9000, other quality systems, which we're all very familiar with. So those are the guidelines that we'll use to operate on a daily basis, and even big picture wise when it comes to regulatory and licensing.
Thank you, Ms. Skelton. Anybody else? Thank y'all so much. Ms. Heather, appreciate your team coming today. Mr. John, thank y'all for coming and sharing. It means a lot to our commission to hear from you.
Thank you very much. We
Thank you
appreciate
for your
time.
time. As our next presenter is making their way up, the Lions Web Processing Company, LLC. I think we've got several on that team that will be speaking to them on the presentation today. So as they're making their way up and getting situated, I'll ask Mr. Justin Ade to make a few comments pertaining to their application.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is applicant number 1629 Lions Web Processing LLC. You have their full application and the applicant summary. They also submitted a written brief in support of their application and pursuant to your actions yesterday, submitted a replacement brief, and that is the one that you have in your materials. So all of that has been updated.
Thank you, Justin. So this is Lions Web Processing LLC, another processor applicant. So Mr. Lyons.
Chairman Vaughn, Director McMillan, ladies and gentlemen of the commission, my name is Champ Lyons. I am co-owner and CEO of Lions Web Processing LLC. We are all very aware of the substantial undertaking that it has been to get the licensing process to this point, and we're all very grateful for the sacrifices that all of you have made to get us here. We know the lawsuits have been plentiful. We know other states have been down similar paths, and we'd like to remind the commission that we chose not to join the litigation against this commission. Instead, we look forward to the opportunity to work with this commission as a licensee in the processing category. I'm very excited to tell you about our team today, and we really appreciate your decision to allow us to do that. We believe it is very important for you to meet the people behind these applications and hear about their expertise, their qualifications, their skill set, their talents, and their real world experience in this industry, in the cannabis industry. We believe that our team is uniquely qualified to be a leader in the processing category. We have a specialized patented technology to offer that will make us stand out from the competition, and we look forward to telling you more about that today. I am a lifelong resident of Alabama. I grew up in Mobile, and I have lived in Birmingham since 1998. My background is in law, not in cannabis. I received my law degree from the University of Alabama School of Law in 1997. I am founding partner of a small law firm in Birmingham and have practiced law for over 25 years. You will hear soon from my co-owner and COO, Mr. Todd Weber. Todd, in my opinion, is one of the most knowledgeable minds in the nation as far as the cannabis industry goes. We believe that the combination of our skills and our experiences is exactly what the legislature had in mind when it enacted the statute allowing the use of medical marijuana. Before I introduce the team members here today, I want to tell you a little bit about the relationships on the team. Todd has been a good, loyal friend of mine for over 15 years. Todd and his wife Jessica live in Michigan, where my wife and I have been to visit many times. They have been to visit us in Alabama many times. And I believe they're pretty fond of our great state. Why is that important? Todd and I work well together. This is not a partnership created just for satisfying the residency requirement of our statute. Because of our friendship, we have a healthy business relationship. Todd respects my opinions, I respect his. He is able to bring his expertise to the state. And of course, I will rely heavily on that expertise if we are licensed and are able to operate. The commission can be confident, though, that I will stay involved on a daily basis to make sure things get done the right way in full compliance with all laws and all regulations. I have no choice but to do it that way. My father worked hard to serve the state of Alabama as an associate justice on our Supreme Court. My grandfather worked hard to serve the people of Alabama as chairman of the Department of Surgery at the Medical College of Alabama, which of course is now the UAB School of Medicine. And because of their legacies, I will work tirelessly to uphold the high standards they followed, and you can be confident that our processing operation will live up to that standard. As for our plans for compliance and regulations, We have compiled a first-class team of advisors. We have the privilege of being represented by Mr. Whit Steinecker. He manages the cannabis practice at the Bradley firm out of their Birmingham office. He's been involved in this Alabama legislation since its inception. We also have the privilege of being represented by Mr. Craig Aronoff. This is Craig right here. Craig operates a boutique cannabis practice in the state of Michigan, where he has worked with Todd for several years. Craig successfully advises cannabis operators nationwide on all regulatory and compliance matters. We also have on our team Mr. Dave Stewart. He's also with the Bradley firm, and he's highly regarded as one of the leaders in our state on governmental affairs advice. And with their advice and counsel, I'm confident we will excel in all regulatory and compliance matters. And I know that's very important to this commission. If awarded a license, we will operate our processing facility out of the Porto Armory in Birmingham. This facility is discreetly located near the I-20 and I-59 interchange. The Armory has 8-foot razor wire fencing. It has thick block walls. It has bars on the windows. It has a vault the size of your whole seated area back there where we could store product before and after processing. It has drive-in garage bays for secure loading and unloading of product. We will add state-of-the-art technology for security and surveillance. There will not be a more secure cannabis facility in the state of Alabama. We have received a strong letter of support from Birmingham City Council President, Mr. Darrell O'Quinn, to operate our facility within the Birmingham city limits. We are extremely well-funded, and our team of investors is all Alabama residents, 100%, and they have stood with us throughout this entire process. As far as how we plan to operate our facility, you will hear from Craig first regarding the proven plans we have proposed. You will also hear from Mr. Mirko Vulicevic. There's Mirko right here. He will be in charge of our extraction operations. You will hear him describe his laboratory experience, including extensive work in cannabis. You will also hear from Brooke Lavender. This is Brooke. She's our expert on the manufacturing side of the operation. You will hear her describe the exceptional work she is doing at a cannabis processing facility in Battle Creek, Michigan. She worked for over a decade as the director of the American Cancer Society in Michigan and is very focused on the medicinal benefits of marijuana. Thank you again for giving us this opportunity today. I will now turn it over to Craig, then Mirko, then Brooke, and then Todd. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Champ. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Craig Aronoff, and as Champ said, I'm a regulatory and licensing attorney in the cannabis space and have been for a number of years now. Prior to doing that, I actually worked in banking sector and worked with financial institutions, mortgage companies, insurers, and helped through a regulatory and compliance practice that is natural for the cannabis space. In 2008, Michigan actually created a patient caregiver model that allowed our market to begin and commercialize in 2016. Throughout that time, I've learned everything I possibly can to assist companies in the cannabis space and participate in the compliance and licensing side. I currently represent dozens of companies throughout Michigan, as well as a number of other states that are operating. Our SOPs are actually operating SOPs. They're not just an idea. These were ideas that have been implemented, challenged, evolved, and perfected to the extent that they can continue to improve with new technologies and new efforts that have a constant learning that we have in the cannabis space. One thing that I have learned about the space over the last several years that I've been in it is it's really not about the applications themselves as much as it is the people involved in the application. That's why it's so important we came and have the opportunity to speak with you today. We're not learning on the fly. This is a group that's very experienced, deep knowledge in the space and different areas within the space, from the licensing regulatory side where my practice comes in to the team that's going to speak behind me. And it's very important that we understand that our relationship with the regulators is a partnership. And that's true of all of my clients. We work together to have a prosperous and vibrant market and work together towards that compliance. We don't look at the regulators as somebody that's in opposition to us, but rather in partnership to improve our processes. We're very excited for the opportunity to continue and hope to answer any questions that you have. And at this time, I'll let Mirko come in and tell you a little bit about his experience. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to be here today. My name is Mirko Vlicevic. My background is work in commercial development for 28 years. I'm currently the owner of Legit Labs and active CSO in Lions Web and Legit Labs currently. From 2008, during the beginning of the medical marijuana laws in Michigan till current, I was an active caregiver in the medical marijuana program network of caregivers to treat patients. I developed medications in the form of capsules, tinctures, pharmaceutical grade lozenges, eye drops, topical ointments, all with a different number of ratios and compounds based on ailments and tested and proven. We were able to develop a patient to caregiver network to run test trials with real-time data. I've successfully treated ailments such as epileptic seizures in children and adults, fibromyalgia, PTSD, inflammation, migraine pains, cataracts, glaucoma, skin cancer, depression, after surgery pain management, non-narcotic, nausea, appetite induction, arthritis, just to name a few. Mainly the chemical compounds, other than the psychoactive THCs that we've been researching, THCVs, we're finding the appetite, as it's not only an appetite suppressant, increases bone marrow stem cell, anti-convulsion and neuroprotection, particularly concerning in Parkinson's disease. We've found lots of beneficials with neurologicals with a CBG compound, also in conjunction with THC, CBD, and CBC to deliver a trifecta of antidepressant properties. Currently studying a compound of CBDV is being researched as a possible treatment for autism-related conditions. I've created a safe and efficient process that has tested and been proven in the state of Michigan and certified. I'm certified with the ETS extraction solutions for safety and operations and maintenance, as well as PRV engineers operating and training third-party review verification report for my process. And it's also been metric compliance for over 3 years now with 0 hiccups. Thank you. I'm going to pass you on to Brooke now.
Good morning. My name is Brooke Lavender. I am currently the executive chef and vice president at a processing center in Michigan. I have a degree in social science and food, and along with one in food science. I've spent most of my career dedicated to the nonprofit sector. 15 years of my career was dedicated to the American Cancer Society. And during my years there, I worked directly with cancer patients and their families as I helped them navigate through their cancer journeys. I myself am not a cannabis user. However, I quickly learned how cannabis products, consumable cannabis products, benefit cancer patients and improve their qualities of life. Modern medicine, they're addictive. They have awful side effects, horrible taste, and they're not even palatable often. And these modern medicines diminish many cancer patients' day-to-day lives. I saw it firsthand. As an organizational whole, the American Cancer Society knows the detrimental effects of smoking. This is where consumable medical cannabis became my focus and my interest. I took the initiative to learn more, flew down to Colorado, went to a seminar about the cannabis and health benefits of cannabis and what it can do for patients, not just cancer patients, but all patients. Is at that point, it was kind of a turning point for me. I'm not a cannabis user, but it was a turning point for me to figure out that this is something that our world needs, that cancer patients, people that have illnesses, they truly need. Learn about the cannabinoids and how the plant offers so much more than just THC and how our cannabinoid system works. I could go into that, but then I bore you. So I'll keep going on. There are many consumables that we make. We focus on pressed tablets and powders, vertical stick packs. You guys call them, I think, gummy squares or gelatin squares, lozenges, tinctures, topicals, coffees, teas. We do it all. But this medical aspect of cannabis is so very important to all these patients. That's something that our team is so passionate about. Our primary focus is the importance of quality control, the importance of precision dosing, the importance of clean cannabis oils, whether it's full spectrum, RSO, distillate, or even better, our own pharmaceutical powder that we make in all form factors. In Michigan, in our Michigan kitchen, I have processed over tens of thousands of kilos of the medical pharmaceutical powder. I've made millions and millions of medical consumables. The medical cannabis has a tremendous benefits for so many patients, and I look forward to becoming a bigger part of it. The powder that our team creates, it takes the benefits to the next level, creating a fast-acting, predictable, safe medical product like no other on the market. Todd is going to tell you a lot more about that. I did make non-medicated gummies, but I really wanted to you guys call them gelatin squares. The importance of the gelatin flavor gummy is so important. If you ever work with cancer patients or someone else that
These are non-medicated. Those are child safe, so they're a little bit tricky to open as well. They got a tag in the front. I'm going to jump in because we have 5 minutes and counting. Commission, thank you very much for your time. It was spoken by the group before us. This is probably the most important sessions for these 9 applicants that you guys can have. We're making the medicine from the plant material that the consumer, the patient, will be using in an edible format or a topical format. This is important stuff. This is keenly important for you to understand that the medical side for focus, for anxiety, for pain, for PTSD, any of those, they're all things that you hear about. The ability to take the THC, but then the CBD, CBG, CBN, CBD, THCV, CBDA, all these things that you're looking at me, it's like I'm saying the alphabet right now. They're all incredibly important ingredients that go into addressing each indication that a patient may have. So my background is legal, marketing, and entrepreneur, but that's the least important piece here. What we are bringing to Alabama, and what we bring to several other states, and my relationship with Champ has been wonderful, but we create and we turn cannabis plant material into oil, and from the oil, we turn that into an API called active pharmaceutical ingredient. Why is an active pharmaceutical ingredient important is because it creates something called bioavailability. You heard earlier about delivery systems. There's nanotechnologies and there's just straight distillates. You should be asking yourself and asking others in this process about full spectrum oils, distillate oils, RSO oils, and broad spectrum oils, and what these entities are going to do to extract the proper medicines from the plant that will have and be able to address the patients and the Alabama consumers. So let's talk about a little bit about the DTEC, which is really what sets us aside. We have a technology that has 38 global patents, and it comes from a pharmaceutical company called Lexaria Bioscience. They make OTCs, antivirals, and hypertension drugs. Marijuana is Schedule I substance, so they can't play in that space. We have the IP to take that process and apply it to the cannabis oils. So we turn the oil into a powder, active pharmaceutical ingredient, and then we take that powder, we manufacture multiple form factors. It could be a topical, it could be a transdermal, it could be a suppository, it could be a gelatin cube, it could be a powder that you can consume. But it creates a bioavailability and a fast-acting process. And because it comes from a pharmaceutical company, what's important? When I take a Tylenol, I want my headache to go away or begin to subside within that 20 minutes. And that's the same thing that we apply to the cannabis space. I guarantee 80 to 90% of the people in this room are familiar or have heard the story of somebody who probably took an edible product at some point in their life, whether they were out of town with a friend or whatever. They said they didn't feel anything. So they took another one 45 minutes later. And then all of a sudden they didn't know where they were. All right. That's the bad experience. This is not a recreational experience. This is a medicinal treating product where we want predictability, we want accuracy, and we want consistency. And that's what we're bringing to this table. And I challenge you to ask all of the 9 applicants that are going through here, through this process, to speak to what they're doing to consistency, accuracy, potency, because that's where the medicine comes in. And that's the important piece. On the R&D side, and I've got about 15 seconds here, and I'll kick back to you, Champ. On the R&D side, we're constantly manufacturing across I hear the question often, are you doing anything in other states? Yes, we are. We're operating in 7 other states with other, with our IP and other operators and processors that are encouraged by what it is that we do. So we manufacture tablets, capsules, edibles, lozenges, topicals, metagels, coffees, tea, drink powders, hot cocoa, suppositories, anything and Brooke related to it, anything from a cancer patient where let's try and help them. Let's give them something better. It doesn't just have to be cancer. It could be autism. It could be any of it. So I implore you to challenge your applicants. We look forward to having the opportunity to be a successful processing applicant here in the state of Alabama. And I'll give Champ 30 seconds to close.
Thank you, Todd. In closing, you can see that we have a team of very talented and skilled professionals here. I'm very proud of them. And I think the fact that they're all here today is a true testament to their commitment to this opportunity. They didn't appear by video. They didn't send representatives. They're here because it's important to them. If you look at the applications filed last December, you'll find blanket redactions everywhere. We didn't do that. We're here, nothing to hide, open book. We implore one of you on Friday to nominate us for a robust discussion about our qualifications and experience. And we respectfully request a license to be awarded to us on Friday, and we will not disappoint you if you do that for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lyons, and y'all successfully used all of your time. That's a lot of presentations between all of you, but thank you so much for being here today. So we'll allow our commission members to have any questions if you have. Ms. Hatchett.
Thank you again for being here today, and I appreciate your transparency. I've asked a number of people about their work in other states, and obviously you've been open and honest about that. My second question then to follow that up is have any of you or the entities that you're working with been fined, fired, or otherwise penalized for failure to comply with regulatory requirements in other states?
No, ma'am, we have not. In fact, we've had several reach out to us from the applicants from the state of Alabama asking to learn more about our IP to see how they may be able to work with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hatch. That's a very timely question. Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Skelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good. Is it still morning? Welcome. Thank you for your presentation. I see that you have the facility. I presume you have an option on this facility that is only contingent on your licensure approval.
Yes, Commissioner Skelton, the owner of the facility is a close friend and a local businessman who is holding that space for us. I'm sorry.
There you go.
Yes, the owner of that facility is a close friend and local businessman who is holding that space exclusively for us pending an issuance of a license.
Okay, great. And one of the things, I'm glad y'all handed this out, because one of the things I wanted to ask you about, as it relates in the statute with references to the actual product and how it's not only, I think y'all have covered how it's processed and the good practices y'all have in place for that. But as it relates to the actual packaging and all of the requirements in the statute that pertain to that and give you some specifics, aside from the fact this is not medicated here, is this an example of a potential prototype, or if someone can articulate how y'all plan to comply with that portion of the statute?
So the container that you're holding is child safe. You know, it's pinch. It has a safety label on the front, but there is in all regulated states, in any regulated state, there are so many other stickers that are required to go on there. Metric tags, C of A tags, all of those things are required on that. So that is just simply a blanked calyx container, essentially, with a label with Lion's Web on it, so that you guys could think about us all day long.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Skelton. Anyone else have a question? Anybody or commission members online? Do you have a question or comment?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Harwell. Hold up. We'll let Mr. James Harwell go, then we'll go to our online members.
On your application, you mentioned 365 days before you can be in operation. Is that correct?
From last year.
Well, I believe the applications, of course, are a year old now, and currently that is not a true statement. We would be able to operate a lot faster than that. Yes.
Any idea of what timeframe you would be looking at?
I believe 120 days is a fair estimate. Of course, the answer is we'll have it ready, but when you need us. So there's obviously a few things that have to happen before product would arrive at our doorstep, and we'll be ready.
You feel confident 4 months, about 4 months at the maximum?
We could, yes, sir.
Okay.
Right.
We had some online members had a question. Who's asking the question?
Yeah, Chairman. Can you?
It's Dr. Sam Blakemore, Mr. Lyons. Go ahead, Sam.
Hey guys, what specific dosage forms do you guys plan on rolling out? And then can you speak a little bit more about this technology? I was interested in what your distillation process is going to be for this product. Typically, I've heard about supercritical CO2 extraction, but is your process DTEC?
So there's three pieces to that question. The dosing anywhere from 2.5 milligram to the maximum allowed by statute, but in various states that obviously from a regulatory standpoint does vary, but we can go down as low as 1 milligram. We can go as high as multiple milligrams. On the Hydrotech or the DTEC process, that is a process that happens after we've pulled the plant material out of the plant. So after we brought in the oil, whether it's a full spectrum, broad spectrum, or just a pure distillate, and we turn that into into that powder. And I think there was a picture up there when Brooke was there. So we take the powder then and turn that into whichever form factor, whether it's the tablet, the capsule, the gelatin cube, or anything else, even into the transdermals or suppositories. On the processing side, there are a number of different ways to process and to extract the oil, and I'll let Mirko speak to that.
Yes, great question. So regarding the process, we are currently providing is a triple hydrocarbon extraction inline chromatography. With that, you create the oils coming out of the machine from the biomass. So it's a simple process step through a machine. After that, it comes out acidically. So just not to confuse you too much, but to make the medicine prior to distillation, we can go from that point. It's purified enough in acidic form to where you're not getting the psychoactive portion of the medicine. So if we're trying to create a medicine that you're not going to get high from, but have all the medicinal benefits, that's going to go through that process into their technology, our other patent technology. Otherwise, we'd want to isolate compounds through distillation, which is a boiling point, which you're activating. When you heat the compounds of those oils, you're going to transfer those chemical compounds from acidic forms to it's called a process called decarboxylation. That's the distillation process, which we can isolate boiling points of compounds. So as long as they're present and the farmers are growing the medicine that's needed, then we can capture it in that way. And it's based on what your outcome of your medicine really is. So then the process will change due to that outcome.
Thank you. That was Dr. Sam Blakemore, Commissioner, asking that question. Any other? Yes, sir, Dr. Jensen.
Yes. So essentially, the best way I can explain it is a hydrocarbons closed loop system. I don't have a picture here, but they're going to be columns it's a sealed system, zero atmospheric, you remove all oxygen. Hydrocarbon gases like butane, we use a complex blend of butane, propane, and isobutane. Those properties collect different chemical compounds. With that, you extract the oils through the biomass, and then you remove through phase changing the gases, and then now you get your oils. So you basically liquid saturation because it's like a sap. Basically, if you want to, when you get to an extraction point, it's a sap. So nothing flows in a sap standard in a machine. So you have to liquefy it. And then it flows through your machine. As it comes out, it phase changes in the liquid form into the hydrocarbon, removes in a gas from liquid to gas, allowing us to remove to atmospheric out of the machine the essential oils. Then from there, they have to be refined for human consumption.
That's what I'm interested in is how, you extract, and then how do you say, okay, I'm going to get this particular type of THC.
Okay, so basically the original THC is acidic, just like a marijuana flower is acidic, and when you light it, it creates the combustion and chemical change to delta-9, which is the psychoactive compound. Right. So when you remove it from the machine, it's still under room temperature, so there's no activations of any compound. So all cannabinoids essentially are in acidic form. And if you go back to the farming point, CBGA is the building block of all cannabinoids. Every cannabinoid is derived from CBGA acidically, and then as it's ripened in the plant, turns into other cannabinoids. THCV, as he described, CBC, CBN. These all have different medical values based on the ratios put back together for the ailments you're trying to.
So basically you extract this wide
Correct, and there's
variety
many
of different compounds and then
We can take it a
formulate
step
based
further
on
as
that.
well. We're able to isolate through distillation. We can actually remove all chemical compounds of cannabinoids. And if you don't mind, I can stand up here a little bit. Well, no, you won't hear me. But all the chemical compounds, we're able to isolate those. And then as well as the terpenes, ketones, flavonoids, and esters separate from the regulated cannabinoids. So even though we're regulating the compounds of THC, the psychoactive and the other compounds, there's other chemical bases like terpenes, the ketones, alcohols, sulfur compounds that actually have a lot of medicinal values as well. These white papers are just being released a month ago. A lot of science now that's really been coming out, but we utilize a lot of that. And so what we essentially do is we separate all chemical compounds and we formulate them back into the ratios that are needed for what we're trying to address.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else before we?
Yes,
this group?
if I may,
Yes,
Jersey
Mr.
Shafransky, I have a much more practical question that doesn't pertain really to extraction of cannabinoids. You obviously have a lot of experience in pharmaceutical grade products. Have you had any issues with consistency, contamination, any issues with change from batch to batch that we need to know about? That's one. And two, you obviously have also a branch that produces recreational products. Is that correct?
So that was three questions. The first
Okay,
question, the first question from the shelf stability and the SOP around safety and maintaining the integrity of the product. I can let Mirko speak to that side. On the recreational side, yes, we do manufacture recreational product in other states. We call it adult use. There's medical use and adult use. And then there was a third piece to that, and I'm sorry I forgot, but I'll let Mirko, once you address the SOP side.
Dr. Zaflarski, can you repeat that last part of your question, please?
Any issues with contaminants in their pharmaceutical grade products?
No, no contaminant really. We put a shelf life on our products and our processes are efficient and we are pretty much clean room status on our laboratories. So the contaminations we can isolate contamination as well, and we can remove it. I was hired by C3 Industries in 2020 to create 60 SOPs to remove chemical residuals of pesticides banned and on a banned list and on a regulated list for any kind of contamination. So we actually have SOPs to even remove contaminations from materials, so that way there's no waste of anyone's farmed goods.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else before we move on? Yes, Ms. Skelton.
Question. This is, I guess, kind of a logistics. Y'all all have amazing experience, obviously, and are qualified. Will y'all be moving to Alabama, the ones with all the experience in Michigan?
I just wanted to say this is the first time I've ever been to Alabama, and the Southern Charm here was actually real. So I'm contemplating that within the first 24 hours.
I think
That's true.
If we get a license, I know that I'd be very interested in moving down and running the processing facility. Absolutely.
Okay. But I'm just trying to figure out.
So Champ lives here full time. Jessica and I will be. We looked at a place not too far. Except Champ said not to go there because 280's east-west or something was a bad place to go. The traffic was bad. At any rate, so that's an intent. And then at the same time, much like Mirko and Brooke will be building teams as well. And so they would be great if they lived here because I love Alabama. We've discussed it.
I understand you have the Alabama ownership and residency, so I'm just interested in y'all bringing your town
Yes.
here now.
The answer is all three of us would love to. Michigan's got about 8 inches of snow on the ground right now.
So y'all may not go home.
You might not be able to get.
Well, let's make the decision right now. All those in favor say aye. I'm looking for real estate.
Feels like it's 3 inches of snow in here.
Thank you.
Any other questions? thank all of you for your participation and the good questions. And thank you, Lions Web Processing LLC, for your presentation today and for all of you coming from up north and sharing with us today. We thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chairman Vaughn.
That's okay. We'll catch up. As we prepare for our next group, Organic Harvest Lab LLC. I see them coming up, so we'll let them get situated. And before they begin their presentation of a 20-minute presentation, I'll ask Mr. Justin Ade to make a few comments pertaining to their application.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is applicant number 1632, Organic Harvest Lab LLC. You have their full application, their applicant summary. There were no pass-fail issues. You also have the written brief and materials that they submitted in support of their application.
Thank you, Justin. Are all of you going to speak today? Or just a couple? Anyway, let me back up a little bit. Anna, let the record show that Brooke passed out a few gummy. There you go. I passed out a few gummy examples of what Lions Web might do. So that way we'll have that on the record.
To answer your question, they are not all speaking. They're just,
okay.
It's just Dr. Sutherland and myself, and these are our team.
That's a big team. All right, y'all got the floor. Thank you. And Ms. Peters will put the time up here on the counter, so you'll see that in front of you as we wind down. So the floor is yours. Organic Harvest Lab LLC. Thank y'all.
Good morning. My name is Jason Cobb, and I'm the CEO of Organic Harvest Lab. I have the privilege of presenting to you who we are, what we do, and why we are the best choice for Alabama patients as a processor for medical cannabis. I'd like to start the purpose of our company, and it's the patients of Alabama. It starts with the patient's needs, and it ends with the patient's needs. Our vision statement is our focus. I strongly believe in the benefits of medical cannabis. My wife, Beth, was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2009 after only several months of giving birth to our only son, Collins. She underwent 6 hours of surgery for bilateral mastectomy, followed by cancer treatment and reconstructive plastic surgery. I know firsthand, had medical cannabis been available at that point in time, it would have improved her quality of life while going through cancer treatment. This is why I'm so passionate about our company and the mission and the patients of Alabama. Some facts about our company. We are 100% owned and operated by long-term Alabama residents that are highly qualified. 3 residents, three owners. We are visible and reputable leadership in our communities. We have extensive experience in chemical engineering, manufacturing, and processing. We're providing patients with the highest quality. Ownership is simple by design. It's an LLC with 3 owners. That's it. Why is it simple? Because it's accountable. It's just us. It's not multi-layered or difficult to understand. Why is it 100% Alabama important? Because like yourselves, we live here, we go to church here, we raise our families here, we buy groceries here. We and our families are part of this community, and we care about what we do today and the long-term benefits. It's for these reasons and more why I believe the AMCC made the right decision in recent past by the unanimous nomination and vote to award Organic Harvest Lab the honor of a processor license twice. I will explain why you made the right decision then and hopefully make the same decision again. Let me introduce you to our 3 owners, Mr. David Hewitt, Dr. William Rusty Sutherland, and myself. That's it. David is our financial controller. David's been a lifelong resident of Randolph County, Alabama for over 51 years. David formed Sunbelt Development Alabama, which is a strategic real estate holding company for commercial, residential, farmland, and timberland throughout the Southeast region. He's married to his wife, Tammy, for over 25 years, and they have 3 children. Myself, Jason Cobb. I was raised in Birmingham, graduated from Ramsey High School, bachelor's degree from UAB, University of Alabama at Birmingham. And before committing to Organic Harvest Lab full time, I previously worked in commercial banking for over 25 years. I was in charge of the business lending department for America's First Federal Credit Union, which was a $2.2 billion organization. I have participated in numerous economic programs such as Yorktown, Alabama, Main Street, Alabama, Auburn Intensive Economic Development, and I've also been past president and board of directors for the Hoover Chamber of Commerce. I've been involved with nonprofit organizations such as United Way, Leadership Hoover, Urban Impact, Assistant Scoutmaster for Boy Scouts, Troop 97 in Homewood. And I'm also a mentor for Micro Business Accelerator for Central Alabama Redevelopment Alliance. My wife, Beth, is a veterinarian at Stanford's Animal Clinic in Homewood. And my son Collins is an honor student at Homewood High School. He's a Patriots band and a patrol leader for Troop 97 for Boy Scouts. The reason they're here is so that our company and our families are committed to the AMCC program to be a success. I'd like to have the Dr. Sutherland introduce himself as well as Mark Teagan. Oh, sorry.
All right. Thank you. My name is Rusty Sutherland, and I currently reside in Hoover, Alabama. And with my wife and 4 kids, I work in Bessemer, Alabama. I own 3 laboratories there. So I own the buildings themselves. That will be where Organic Harvest is located too. Dave Page and I have been involved with community development in Bessemer. We are in downtown Bessemer in an opportunity zone. And I've had a great experience so far. So anyway, I went to school. Well, I was born and raised in Gardendale, Alabama, which is north of Birmingham, and then went to school at Troy University. Well, it's Troy State back then. But I got a double major in chemistry and criminal justice. And then I went on to work at a company in Alabaster, Alabama, a small pharmaceutical company called Avanti Polar Lipids. Now, lipids is just a fancy word for fat or oil, okay? And so now what I did at Avanti, at that pharmaceutical company, was I took plant material, I extracted the oils out of it, and then I purified it. And then that oil was used as deliverables for the pharmaceuticals, for drugs. In fact, Avanti just played a big part in the COVID vaccine. They were the oil provider for the Pfizer vaccine. But anyway, in '98, I left Avanti and went on to graduate school at the University of Missouri. Now, this was before Missouri was on SEC. But went there, got my PhD in chemistry and my postdoc in chemical engineering, with a main focus around taking plants, extracting the oil, and purifying it. Okay, so we did a lot of cool things there. We even won one of our projects won the prestigious Presidential Green Chemistry Award. This was where we took a vegetable oil product, made a derivative out of it, and replaced a petroleum feedstock. And it was during that time that I met Mr. Mark Teagan. So Mark and I hit it off pretty well. He is there you go. I got it. Okay. So, but he was one of the top 25 innovators in Seattle, and also a good guy at raising money. He has raised over $100 million in investment capital. So a good friend to have. But Mark and I, we've created several companies. One of the companies was Inventure Renewables. With Inventure, we were very honored to win the 2016 West Alabama Entrepreneurial Award, the 2017 Alabama EDPA Small Business Innovator of the Year. And obviously it was a couple slow years, I guess, during that time. But one of our coolest projects that we did during our tenure was we developed a process to take vegetable oil and extract vitamin E out of that. So we came up with that concept, scaled it up, and today in China, there is a facility, it is the largest natural vitamin E facility in the world. Now, in 2019, when hemp came around, there was a need for people to take plants, extract the oil out of it, and purify it. So we got involved with that. In fact, we have done let's see, we've created a plant or set up processing facilities for hemp or cannabis in Montana, Oregon, Washington State, Arizona, and Illinois. And guys, I'm so thankful that with this, I won't have to travel again. And so I'm very, very much looking forward to it. Go ahead.
I would like to introduce some of the other leadership teams that are here present today. Sam Harris, he's our manager of HR. Dan Farmer, he's our manager of IT and marketing. And Dave Page, he's our manager of community relations. He serves on the board of the Bessemer Redevelopment Corporation and independently developed the North Star program for City of Bessemer for economic development and community development, and also spearheaded the innovation district for that particular area. I will have, I just want to explain the leadership there that we have. And then we also wanted to show you some of our patents and other technology, and I'll let Dr. Sutherland explain the science behind that.
I think it actually says 60 patents, but I believe we have over 100 now, don't we? Yeah. But anyway, the ones that we have listed up here are our patents around cannabis extraction and processing. Okay. You can actually see there's 11 patents that have been filed. But notice that 8 of those are actually issued patents. Okay. Anybody can file a patent and say, hey, I'm patent pending, but we actually have patent issued, 8 of them, so the majority. So very, very thankful for that and our work there. The common question I always get is, hey, how are you guys going to do the extraction? What's your process? It's actually very simple. I've done a lot of them. I've done butane, supercritical CO2, other alkanes. But for Alabama and the Alabama market, the thing that makes the most sense is actually an ethanol extraction. Now, ethanol, in Alabama, we don't call it ethanol, we call it moonshine. Okay. And that's what it is. But we do this ethanol extraction. We take the dry biomass, we pour the ethanol over it, the oil comes off, we evaporate that ethanol off. And then as we heard earlier, we heat it up a little bit more to do that decarboxylation process. And then we distill it. We distill that oil over. And that creates that nice golden, thick, very viscous oil. So now some of the, and you guys are all familiar with the different forms that this be taken into. But I wanted to say something that's probably a little shocking here. So, the different dosages, they'll range probably between 1 to 10. That's what milligrams per unit. 10's really probably on the higher end, but I've got 10 milligrams in here. You can't see it, okay, because it's so small. But to give you an idea, it's about 2 or 3 grains of sand is what 10 milligrams is. It's very small. If I have a liter of oil, and you're talking about 10 milligrams, you would have 100,000 dosages here. If you're doing just a 1 milligram, you would have 1 million doses here. It takes probably about 8 to 10 plants to make that much. So that's usually shocking when a lot of people hear that. So really, if you're looking at just a tincture, 1 milliliter tincture, you only have 0.001% THC in there. So you really do have to put a large focus on that delivery system, how it's going to be delivered. It's not just the extraction, it's the delivery side of things. The packaging, we've seen some good examples of packaging. Worked plenty of times with other packagers also. And we'll also have the ability to, if there's a need to, put some more CBD or CBN, targeting sleep or anxiety, then we can put those other cannabinoids in there that help create the entourage effect. So they're very synergistic to each other. Now, as I mentioned before, we have done facilities, processing facilities, Montana, Oregon, Washington, Arizona, Illinois. Glad to be doing it in Alabama now, or soon to be. But all of these facilities were GMP. We also, in Montana, We got SFQ, which was Safe Food Quality, and we were organic certified for that. So we won't be able to start out necessarily as organic certified with our lab here, but we will soon be getting those accreditations also. And then with that, Jason.
Our financial stability is very important. Just want you to know that Organic Harvest Lab has more than sufficient capital for operations, in addition to the possession of the real estate and also the equipment to facilitate the operations. And it should be noted, all of our funds and capital are from the ownership team. There's no outside money. There's no out-of-state money. It's just from the ownership team. It's very important to note that. There's no other MOUs or LOIs or anything of that nature that we have a management agreement with anything like that. We are completely independent on our own financially. It should also be noted that we did over and beyond the call of duty, and we had 2 CPAs look over all of our financial documents and scrutinize every bit of that, more than enough to sustain our operations. As far as the application and evaluation, due to the medical nature of this program, and most importantly, the care and safety of Alabama patients, we believe the AMCC did it right. You made the application process challenging, extensive, and thoroughly scrutinized the applicants. That's why Organic Harvest put our heart and soul into this entire process. Our company focused its collective efforts on the application derived from the extensive backgrounds and collective experiences to the entire robust 1,314 application pages, which I hope you read every page, submitted to the AMCC, provided the best representation of the 24 wide-ranging exhibits. We look at this and we've checked the boxes. We've done all of the information. We did everything above and board to what is scrupulous details. We believe that we did all of these to an exceptional job, all the way from the financial stability to the business management, operations and facilities, to the security, personnel, quality control, and marketing. We believe we did an excellent job on every bit of that. As far as relationships, we believe that relationships and the collaboration is essential to this program. Don't just be an isolated box, but we want to make sure that we reach out to our partners. We didn't just reach out to the independent licenses. We also reached out to the integrated licenses to work out a relationship, to exchange ideas. I think that is the more valuable than anything else in this industry itself. So as you can see, we didn't just handshake or take a phone call or an email. We broke bread with these people to understand what they need and what we need from them to collaborate. So that's what I think is important, and it makes us separate from everyone else as well. In conclusion, we are 100% Alabama, and why does that matter? Because it's local Alabama decisions for local Alabama patients. Our experience and expertise are without question the best in the medical Alabama chemistry, or excuse me, the best for Alabama medical cannabis program. And this from the ownership. We didn't just go out and hire the best of the best of the best. We actually have it inside of our group, which is the reason why it's accountable. We're accountable for this. As far as the why should you look at us? Because we are exactly what we're looking for as far as this in this program and processing. I'd like to thank the AMCC for choosing Organic Harvest twice already. We hope that this oral presentation today, combined with the extensive application and the brief submitted earlier, has solidified your confidence with Organic Harvest's ability to be a leader in this industry. And on behalf of Organic Harvest and the leadership and myself, we thank you for your time and ask for your unanimous vote again for Organic Harvest Lab. But I will say we do have we have 2 minutes, and I will have Dr. Sutherland or Mark Teagan provide any other information they think is relevant to the conversation. I would like you to speak of why you think ethanol is best over everything else, considering the terpenes and all the other information, because there's a lot of science into that, and I think he can explain it. And I'm hoping you ask the same questions, because we want to answer your questions.
Thanks. The reason we're doing ethanol, I mean, I've done butane and other supercritical, but and they all have their pros and cons. But if you're in a recreational market and you're trying to get that sort of true terpene taste, that smell, you want to do a butane or supercritical because that really preserves those terpenes, those smells, those flavors. Here, well, we're doing peach. All right. So I don't know if you really want peach and a skunk smell really mixed together. All right. So with that ethanol and the following distillation right after it, it will be free of that. And of course, ethanol, it is flammable, but it's not butane. It's not complicated. Okay. You do recycle the ethanol or the moonshot. All right. So it's sort of inherently safe. Heck, if you use some vanilla extract in your vanilla cake, that vanilla that cake actually has more ethanol in it than our product would, because of course we will be extracting that. We have analytical capabilities. My PhD is actually in analytical chemistry. I have my labs are filled with HPLCs, GCs, NMRs, I can ABCs and CDs. So it's very, very well accepted that. And I've been involved with this for quite some time also. And as you can see with the issue patents, we've been in this. We've been involved with all the the GMP creations and the other certifications. So.
I just want to take my 30 seconds to explain again. There's no other entity out there. I think that's the reason why we have it best, is the fact that we have actual patents in the space that we're looking at. We can dazzle you with the science, so please ask all the science questions you could possibly imagine. We have, or check the box on the financial aspects of this as operations. I have my whole team and the families here in support of this because we are 100% committed to this. So I appreciate your vote of confidence, and I ask for your vote of confidence again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jason. Do anybody have a question? Ms. Skelton, go ahead.
Hi, welcome. Thank you for your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Very, very compelling. Could you give us a little bit of specifics about the actual facility? I know
Yes.
said that you own the buildings. I guess you're currently processing hemp in those buildings, or?
No, I mean, it's a, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm eager. I'm not A-type personality. But I will let the
That's
gentleman
fine.
here speak.
Whoever can answer me the question.
That must have been tough for you.
Yeah.
So the facilities there right now, they're fully set up. As I said before, we're not doing hemp there, but as we do sort of our normal operations, we take vegetable oils, do extractions on those, and as mainly done for more of R&D purposes. And when I say other vegetable oils, I'm talking about soybean oils, corn oils, peanut oil, cottonseed oil. So we're already doing that now at that facility. As far as what we sort of have to do to get it more ready for this, we need to put a fence up, our security system. So we need to get that security system in place. We've been holding off, ready to go. So we almost pulled that trigger twice. So
I understand.
I mean, and the security systems itself, like the cameras, is
Right.
we didn't want, I mean, we've put everything into it. Like I said, the advantage that we have is the real estate and the equipment that we have already. And the thing is, we just, we want that the security system is a bit of a financial check, right? And I don't want to write a check without knowing for sure, like, hey, what's going on? Because we've already kind of committed to a lot of things already. But the fence and the security system was just one of those last bit of items that you wanted to put in that can take two to 3 weeks to put in, is from my understanding.
Well, in your application, you referenced that you would be leasing or renting.
Well, Rusty owns, Dr. Sutherland owns the building under his own LLC. So we'd be leasing from, it's really his property, but we're leasing it for the business expense on that.
And you also referenced 186 days to commence operation.
Oh, that's
still accurate?
exaggerated now. I mean, because that was then, because I'm a more conservative, my banking career is very conservative. I mean, you don't throw anything out there that you kind of you over deliver, you under promise and you over deliver. So I want to make sure that we were very conservative on those numbers. And we're,
To that too.
yeah, okay.
All right. So, we got to do the security system. I've been told that's a 4-week lead time on that. And, we have all the equipment. You should be impressed with all the equipment. The only piece of equipment that we do not have, which is also another 4-week lead time, is to make those gel capsules. So we'll have to order that one.
So instead of 186 days, you would be.
4 weeks.
60
4 weeks.
Oh, 4 weeks?
4 weeks.
Okay, excellent. Very, very compelling presentation and application. Thanks for all those pages.
Well, and that's the thing is that with our ownership itself, because we're already in, well, I should say, they have all the experience in this space. It's an advantage. I mean, the capital itself and all the funds, all the capital, the real estate, it's all ownership. So we were very careful about making sure that what we did in our ownership was completely keeping it to Alabama ownership and independent from any outside influence, out of state or any other issues like that.
Thank you.
So we're ready to go, other than the defense.
But you have that in place. You're just
Yes, ma'am.
ready.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Great. Thank you so much.
Please ask another question.
Thank you, Ms. Skelton. Any other commission members have a question? Ms. Hatchett?
Hi, thank you again for your time. I've got a question. You alluded to the other states that you work in. Any sort of regulatory or non-compliance issues that you've had in those states?
As far as regulatory, no, but we did have this sort of goes back to that GMP question. That's where I'm going to take it. Is in some of the other facilities that we've operated and worked in, sometimes you might got to make a tough decision. I remember one time we were, this was on a CBD project. We were tight on our schedule and we just got our product in from another farmer. And we tested it and lo and behold, it hit for pesticides. It was a small amount. It was actually below the legal limit, but it still hit. We had to cancel that. And so we rejected that order. And what happened with that one, and this is something you got to sort of be aware of this, is lady's kids at the farm. They had lice. She washed their hair, didn't handle the product before they shipped to us, contaminated with the pesticide there. And then there was another time, this was actually a CBD tincture for dogs, that we got notified that there was an issue with that. And so we went in and we did a recall on that product. And then with the root case scenario, what we found out was that we had contracted out with a bottling company for that. And one of their pieces of equipment that they used for the bottling had not been cleaned properly. And that's where and we lost a lot of money on that one. But it was the right thing to do. It's what you got to do. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hatchett. Any other questions from a commission member? Any of our Zoom commission members have a question before we break for lunch? Right quick, Jason, you mentioned your wife a while ago battling cancer in the past. Is prognosis good at this point?
Yes, sir.
That's good.
Yes. Yes, she's clear. We don't take life for granted and we take anniversaries quite seriously, but
Great news.
It's one of those.
Great
We
news.
appreciate your.
Thank you so much for bringing your entire team here today and your family and Organic Harvest Lab LLC. You made a great presentation, so thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
All of you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Before we break for lunch, I'm going to ask Ms. Brittany Peters to make remind our Zoom commission members as to what to expect here. We will reconvene here about shortly after 1 o'clock. So Brittany.
Sure. If you're joining online, we'll do the same thing we did yesterday. If you need to step away, eat lunch, go ahead and mute and turn off your cameras, what have you. It will be the same link that you used this morning to log on to the Zoom. So again, it's the same link. We do not have like a different one for the afternoon session.
Thank you, Brittany. So we will recess here till shortly after 1 o'clock. We'll be back and start the last of a long list of processors.
We better start eating.
Afternoon, we're about ready to kick off our presentations for this afternoon. We've got our first one, Longleaf Extracts LLC, a processor. So if you want to come on, make your way up here to the front, we will prepare to hear your presentation. Are all of our online, our Zoom commission members ready to go? Are most of y'all there? Have got any questions? Can you hear okay? I'm going to assume everything's good to go. Okay, before long, as a Longleaf guys, are you here? Longleaf Extracts LLC. We were just talking a while ago, we have not been informed of any no-shows, but this may be one. None of you folks are with Longleaf Extracts. What about Enchanted Green? Are y'all ready to go? Yes, sir. I'll tell you what, why don't we go ahead and have, if you don't mind, we'll go ahead and get y'all staged and ready to go, and we'll just move on. And if Longleaf shows up, we'll get them at a later time. So Enchanted Green. So all of our commission members get prepared. We're going to move on to the 1:20 scheduled presenter. But before Enchanted Green LLC begins their presentation, I'll ask Mr. Justin Day to make a few comments pertaining to their application. Justin?
All right, this is applicant number 1648, Enchanted Green LLC. You have their full application. They also submitted a supplemental brief that you have in your materials. You have their applicant summary, and there were no pass-fail items noted on their application.
Thank you, Justin. What's your name?
My name is Travis Moyer.
Okay, Travis, I'll let you introduce your other folks if they're going to present, or are you going to do it all?
No. Our two owners are here, Mr. Derek Oden, Mr. Perry Mandera.
Okay.
They'll speak shortly, and I'll just kind of lead us off here.
That'll be fine.
Okay.
Thanks for coming, Travis. We look forward to hearing you. And Ms. Peters, she'll have your allowed time, which is 20 minutes up here on the shelf.
Okay,
So
great.
go ahead. The floor is yours. Thank
All right,
you.
well, good afternoon. It's very exciting to be here today. As I mentioned, my name's Travis Moyer. I've worked with affiliates of the ownership group here across the country to stand up and operationalize medical cannabis ventures. Very excited to be speaking with you today. As I'm sure you know, Enchanted Green has been twice one of the top scorers, and we hope today that we're able to show you that we continue to be one of the strongest, most experienced applicants today. So starting off, we submitted hundreds and hundreds of pages of application materials, and I'm not going to pretend 20 minutes is nearly enough time to go over every little aspect of that. But if there's a few things I could really leave you with today, or hope that stick with you, it really starts with the strength of our ownership team. Starting with Mr. Oden, he'll speak to you shortly. Local resident, pillar of his community, minority owned as well. Mr. Oden is our majority owner here. In addition, he's partnered with an incredibly strong entrepreneur, Mr. Mandera, who will also speak to you shortly. Mr. Mandera has run a number of businesses, including in the medical cannabis arena since 2015, brings a wealth of knowledge and operational experience to the table here. In addition, we're fully funded. We're not looking for outside capital. We have, I believe, 5 million committed to this project. We've shown well in excess of that, and accounts ready to go. I think about 4x is available of that capital commitment today. So, really incredibly strong team here. You'll meet our two owners shortly, and they can tell you a lot more about themselves than I'm going to be able to do justice here. But we believe we're one of the most experienced teams and one of the most reliable, and really look forward to hopefully having the opportunity to be in partnership with the commission and move forward with the processing license here. Oh, I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong here, but oh, there we go. Derek, you want to stand up and introduce yourself first?
Thank you, Travis. Hey, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to come here and present to you in person. My name is Derek Oden, like Travis said, a native of Alabama, born and raised here, graduated from high school in Tuscaloosa Hillcrest High School, attended the University of Alabama where I got my bachelor's degree, and also played football on the 1992 championship team that won. World Championship cheer to the state Roll Tide. Since my playing career, actually, I left Alabama and played 3 years in the NFL with the Philadelphia Eagles. And post career, I've been in the pharmaceutical industry for about 23 years, roughly. You know, in that 23 years, the last 12 years have been spent in biotech, where I have been an advocate for rare disease patients living with rare disease, educating healthcare providers on managing patients with these rare diseases. Got a call from Perry Mandaris, who is a longtime friend of mine and a mentor, and with this idea of bringing medical cannabis to the state of Alabama. Based off of where I've been, my experience dealing with rare diseases and bringing medications to market for patients, it was a no-brainer. It was a perfect fit for my next progression in my professional career, and to work with partner with Perry to bring this medication to patients of Alabama was basically a no-brainer for me. So that's me.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for allowing us to present ourselves and our company to you. My name is Perry Mandera. I'm a United States Marine Corps veteran from 1975 through 1979, currently married for 34 years and have 2 children, 29 and 26-year-old boys. I'm a very successful entrepreneur. I built and have owned and sold multiple different types of industries or businesses in different types of industries all across the United States. I started a logistics company in 1986, and today we do about $300 million a year in sales, and we operate, we now employ over 500 full-time employees. I entered the cannabis space in 2015 in Illinois, and I've expanded our business model into Ohio, New Jersey, and also into Arizona and soon to be New York City. The facility that we're talking about constructing or building is going to be world-class. It'll be second to none. We really believe that. We're only going to employ Alabama-based residents. We're not looking to import or bring anybody else in from anywhere else. There's a lot of good manpower that's available here. We've interviewed and have many people that are interested in coming on board with us. We've got unlimited funding, as Travis mentioned, to see this project through and hopefully to be able to expand. We're eager to get under construction and get things underway. We've done a lot of work in anticipation of being awarded this license. We know we have one last hurdle to accomplish here, and we're ready to go. We're eager to get this thing going. Okay, thank you.
All right. I don't know about you, but I love these guys together. It's a perfect combination of experience here. So just kind of start off with just where are we going to be located? What are we going to be building? Kind of giving you hopefully somewhat of a visual picture. I'd even maybe ask you to close your eyes and visualize what I'm going to talk through here. First, our location, we're going to be located about 20 minutes south of Huntsville, right off of the main highway. The location is about 3 acres. It's blank land, but we actually view that as a huge advantage. I'll talk to you shortly about biosecurity and its importance, particularly with immunocompromised patients requiring high quality, highly safe medication available for them. So we view a ground up build as a huge advantage that allows us to really engage in best practices and not be kind of saddled with existing issues with infrastructure. Additionally, close proximity to Huntsville gives a large educated workforce that we can utilize, as Mr. Mandera noted. Additionally, from a logistics standpoint, getting product across the state, close proximity to a major highway. In terms of our operational timeline, we've committed to about 180 days. It might sound a little bit fast to do a full ground up build in 180 days, and candidly, it is fast. That's built on years of experience and actually getting this done and doing it. We've learned how to do things the right way the first time, and we intend to do that here in the state of Alabama. In terms of equipment, different things, we don't have the issues with lead times. If we need to, we have the supplier relationships, we can get it today. Or we have affiliated facilities that we can take equipment from as needed and supplement as we may need to wait. I also want to note, just in terms of timeline here, 180 days, we don't anticipate that cultivators will have cannabis material to actually process before 180 days. So what we're trying to target here is actually being ahead of the cannabis material. And we view that as part of our commitment to the commission and to the program itself, and being available to put out high quality product in advance of the material coming in. So when it's available, we're there, we're ready to go, and ready to get it done. Our facility design, it's not going to be anything special. You think kind of a blank box, right? The plan here is the facility is going to be nondescript, mixing with its community. Think of kind of just a boring manufacturing building, right? It's what's inside where you start to get to the magic. But to get inside takes a little bit of security. So walking up to our facility first, you're going to see a big fence. Then you get to our hardened walls, hardened doors. So you think steel core doors, hardened windows, ballistic glass, et cetera. These facilities, and this is often said, but having been in the industry for years, it's actually quite accurate, are as secure, if not more secure, than your average bank. Cameras coating the exterior and the interior. There's nothing in these facilities that happens that isn't recorded 24/7. That's important to us. It's important, I'm sure, to the commission as well. In addition, state-of-the-art alarm system. You're talking duress alarms, hold-up alarms, panic alarms, smoke and fire, all connected to a centralized alarm system. Given the public nature of this meeting, I don't want to go into too many details just for the safety and security of our future employees, but a number of redundancies built into the system as well. Electric backup, right? If power goes out, it's still working. Auto dialer systems to contact authorities immediately. Incredibly safe facilities from a physical security standpoint. But equally as important, and I mentioned this before, is the concept of biosecurity. You're dealing with, as I mentioned, immunocompromised patients. I think nothing is more important here than the patients and the outcomes for those patients. And so that means that it's our responsibility to bring high quality and, most importantly, safe product here to the patients. And that starts really with the design of our building and our processes here to ensure biosecurity. So that starts with, a lot of the might sound common sense, but the hygiene of our employees, keeping certain hygiene standards, washing your hands. They come in, put on clean suits. You can see an image up there kind of what an employee would look like during their day-to-day work obligations. In addition to personal hygiene, it's also the hygiene of the facility or sanitation procedures. You're cleaning every little thing, every piece of equipment, every nook and cranny in between each process. We hold ourselves to ISO standards for food safety management. It's incredibly high standard, but we view that as our obligation, again, as partnership with the state and the commission, and most importantly for the patients here in the state of Alabama. We don't want to do things to what's good enough. We try to do what's best. In addition, the design elements of the building. I mentioned before, existing buildings have issues that are difficult to work around for what's really required to be a biosecure facility. So wood, for instance, porous material that can take in moistures, that's a breeding ground for bacteria and molds and things that have bad outcomes, right? So we can really start here fresh and build something that is non-porous, non-leaching materials that are really beneficial for the safety of the product that we're going to be producing. Actually, before I jump, one important thing too, the air going in and out of our facility. We call it kind of an air envelope, right? So you're utilizing negative air pressure to ensure that any air going into our facility is controlled by us and the air going out is controlled by us. Multiple levels of filtration, fabric filters, carbon filters, UV filters that break down organic compounds in the air, HEPA filters. This is going to be some of the cleanest air you're going to breathe that's coming into our facility or coming out of our facility. So it's easy for me to talk about all this, but we thought it might be nice to just watch a little video here, take a break and see kind of what one of these things look like, because I think it's cool. They're really state-of-the-art R&D facilities. So we'll let this play. Hope you guys don't mind. I'm going to jump ahead a little bit on this because I think we're behind time. So facility has got a lot of really cool equipment, and I'm going to try to, in about 30 seconds here, distill down our process. But what we're going to be utilizing was called supercritical CO2 extraction. Not a lot of people do that, and the reason why is, well, it's expensive. Again, we don't hold ourselves to what's good enough. We go for the best here, and expensive doesn't matter to us. What we want is high quality, extremely safe product. And those are the advantages of utilizing a supercritical CO2 system. Starting with safety, you have employee safety in mind, first of all. You're not using combustible chemicals here, so it's a much safer process for employees to utilize. Additionally, when you're utilizing many other extraction techniques, you can have issues with what are called the kind of residual solvents in the product that have to be remediated out. The supercritical CO2 process avoids many of those issues. It creates a much safer, cleaner product to start. Again, a commitment to the safety of the product we're going to be producing here for the patients of Alabama. Additionally, in terms of quality, supercritical CO2 utilizes, very simplified here, but pressure and temperature, right? You're moving those levers up and down to push CO2 through the cannabis material to extract certain chemical compounds, or in this case, cannabinoids, right? Supercritical CO2, through manipulating that temperature and pressure, right, allows you to customize, right, the cannabinoids that are coming out. Having a ability to customize the end product results in a more efficacious product for the patients here. And again, that's our focus: high quality, safe product. So for us, the investment is well worth making. Is something we think is important. Is again part of our commitment here to the state and being a high quality partner here. In terms of what we plan to offer, we intend to produce and offer all products allowed under the program. I think we really differentiate ourselves is, again, our experience. Programs change and evolve over time. We've seen that, we've done that. And as a program may evolve here in the state of Alabama, we don't need to learn how to do the next thing. We don't need to have some trial by error period. We know how to do it. We know how to do it right, and we intend to do it right that first day. So I think really that's where we differentiate ourselves on, product we're going to be producing or will produce in the future. In addition to that, I just want to give you guys just a general sense of kind of what is this going to look like? What is our product going to look like? And talk a little bit about our packaging here. Starting with our brand image, you can see we have a very subdued brand approach here. This isn't intended to appeal to anyone but patients in the state of Alabama. This is a medical program. It's subdued marketing messages, our approach. Additionally, the packaging we're going to be utilizing will be packaged utilizing our proprietary aseptic packaging procedures. As you can see, all child-proof, tamper-resistant. All of this, in addition to our labeling procedures, is intended to really get one thing done. It's getting high quality, safe product to the right people at the right time in the right place, right? And this is how we ensure that process. So here's where I'm going to really be distilling down the most of the hundreds of pages into a single slide. So bear with me here as I go through here. But how we ensure, again, high quality, safe products starts with our SOPs, what we believe to be industry leading standard operating procedures. And where we differentiate, I think, ourselves here is these aren't something we just bought off the shelf from a consultant, right? These are SOPs that have been iterated on and adapted and used over years and years of actual operations. We know they work because they have worked. We've used them successfully. But SOPs are just a piece of paper, right? The rubber hits the road when you get to training your employees and really ensuring that they understand and can implement those industry-leading SOPs. So no employee will be able to start their employment with us without going through an extensive initial training protocol. That starts with self-directed training. But we don't just stop there. They also do an extensive shadowing procedures, which we call as our watch, do, learn strategy, ensuring that people are learning from highly experienced other employees, and they can ensure that not only do they understand it, but they can do it. And then after that, Every employee will be mandated to do a minimum of 20 hours of continuing education annually to ensure not only retention of our existing procedures, but understanding of new developments, changes. This is an industry that is rapidly developing, and we want to make sure our people are aware of the best quality, best practices to really do the right thing here. In addition to that 20 hours, some employees, depending on where they are in the business, may be required to do additional educational notes as well based on their job responsibilities. So that process, right, of drilling in the same thing, doing it again and again and again, really, that's how we get to our flow state of, continuous perfect production, right? You become an expert in something, doing it again and again and again. We have, as an overall group, done that, but it's what we expect from our employees as well. And this is why we have this process here to get us to, what our flow state are our perfect outcomes, right? Of just producing the best product, the safest product possible. But we're a trust but verify group here. We don't just trust ourselves. We do start with internal testing to identify issues well in advance so we can stop problems before they happen. But we'll be utilizing independent third-party testing laboratories. And this is where we get our gold star, A+ on the paper, right? This is what we're working for. Those certificates of analysis, that's our gold star. We're going to have those on site. We're going to have those available, ready to view. We're proud of the work we do. And that's, again, that's our gold star. So, kind of a little bit of odds and ends here. I just want to talk about our commitment to just overall sustainability and decreasing impact on the community, the community at large. We view it as not just the right thing to do, but it's a smart business move too, right? Decreasing your energy use, decreasing your water use, really making sure that what is often a very energy intensive business is decreasing the outcomes, negative outcomes in the community. And finally, just reiterating a few things here. We have $5 million in committed capital. Our pro forma financials show this to be well in excess of what we need to stand up our operations and operate it for 3 years, with an additional $2 million buffer of additional capital. As Mr. Mandera has noted, there's much more capital behind that if necessary, but we're very well funded, ready to roll here. In terms of banking or other back office kind of support items, we don't need to figure out how to do that. We've done it. We know how to do it. We're ready to roll. There's not going to be anything that stops us from operating and starting this business up, other than your willingness to give us one of the licenses here. And additionally, a deep insurance package. Again, this is our commitment to the community. And putting our money where our mouth is. So finally, we ask you that you trust your first and your second instincts here, and hopefully give us a third opportunity here to be a partner with you here in the state of Alabama. So.
Thank you, Travis. Any commission members have a question for Travis and his group? Ms. Skelton.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for being here. Could you just clarify for me, in your application, you reference the address and you said 120 commenced operation, and today you said 180. But is that an existing facility? Because I believe the application referenced lease or rent, and it sounds like maybe you intend to buy.
Well, I think the decision between leasing and buying, would be something that we would consider. I think generally we prefer to own. It is not an existing facility. It's a 3-acre piece of land. If we said 120 days, I believe we said in a few other places 180, so that might have been a Scribner's error in one portion. But I believe the timeline that we provided in the application, because we provided, I think, similar charts for 180 days.
So is the intent to lease the property or own it if you're constructing on it?
Well, I believe the intent would be then to own it.
Okay. Do you have an option on it, or do you currently own it?
I'd have to speak with our real estate team to get the exact specifics on that one, but.
Okay. Is there any way to do that? Because in order to, to make sure that it's going to be where it needs to be, with the inconsistency, I'm not sure where you're going to be if you don't have an agreement, if you don't have a lease, or if you don't have an.
We have an agreement in
Sure.
place with the existing owner. I think you asked if we wanted to lease or we wanted to own. I said,
Well, it references you'll lease.
Mhm.
Your application says you, but you also said you'll be constructing a building.
yes, we will be.
So you're a ground lease? I mean, I'm trying to figure out, you don't typically.
No,
put
I
something
understand. I
on a
understand.
Piece of property you don't own. So I'm just trying to get.
Yeah, I think
clarified.
the intent here, right, is to have a piece of property that's under our control. Purchasing versus leasing a piece of land. It's a subdivided piece of land. So I believe the intent is to own. And I don't have the contract in front of me, but
But you do have an agreement
yes,
that y'all would be
Yeah.
owning that.
yes.
Okay,
We're not going to invest a couple $1 million and be able to someone move us out in 5 years. Yeah.
right. Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Any other commission members have a question? Yes, Ms. Taylor.
Hi, thank you for your time. I do have a couple of questions. First, you mentioned the expense of the process that you do and that was not really a big deal to y'all because you feel that it's worth it, which I certainly appreciate that. But the expense of the product will be a big deal to the end user. We know that a lot of the patients that are going to need this, the issues that they have don't discriminate, it's wealthy and poor, and this will not be a product that's covered by insurance. How do you feel that your process is going to affect the cost of the product that your company would produce?
Ultimately, it's a free market economy, right? So we have to price to what the prices are in the state here. I think we intend to be cost competitive. We intend to support communities, especially disadvantaged communities that may need pricing breaks. And we don't view that initial expense as something that will affect that. Ultimately, we're a long-term partner here, and we view the way that we build long-term partnerships is a focus on quality and that building our reputation and brand. So if we have to take a margin hit for a period of time, that's our business prerogative. But we fully intend to produce product that's.
In the other states that you operate in, do you tend to be top tier in your pricing?
It goes across the board. Right. It depends.
Okay.
It's a difficult question to answer with a simple answer,
Sure.
but it depends on what the market demands and what it needs. But essentially we can fit in where we need to be. So.
Okay. Just curious. It's
No, no,
free
no.
market, but it's free market with a limited number of producers, and you want a product that the patients that need it can certainly afford. My next question is, in the states that you are operating in, do y'all have any compliance or regulatory issues, any loss of licenses, fines, penalties, warning notices?
That is a very easy answer. There's none.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hatchett. Any other questions for Travis or Mr. Oden or Mr. Mandera? Any of our commission members on the Zoom call?
You're a little
Yes.
more interesting than me, so.
We've got somebody, one of our Zoom commissioners. Which one? Who is it?
This is Dwight Gamble.
Sorry, Dwight, didn't quite hear you. Go ahead,
No
Commissioner
problem.
Gamble.
You stated in your presentation that you're fully banked. Will you be banking in the state of Alabama or in another state?
I believe we will be banking the state of Alabama. I don't have the name in front of me, but I believe it's in our application materials where that is. If that's not available to us, we have a number of banking relationships across the state, but our preference is always to do business in the state that we are operating in.
Okay, thank you. And one other question. Do you process for recreational cannabis use in other states?
The states that we operate in have, yes, both medical and recreational cannabis programs, but we have started in all of the states in solely medical programs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gamble. Any other questions?
Hey, Chairman.
Yes, sir. Dr.
I'm
Blake.
not sure. Did y'all go over what products you would roll out, like dosage forms and whatnot, capsules, tinctures?
Yes, sir.
And then to piggyback on what Commissioner Hatchett brought up, typically, what would be your general cost per unit?
You might be asking the wrong guy. I don't know if I have that level of detail and knowledge here. But as I mentioned before, we intend to produce product that's affordable and available to all patients here in the state of Alabama.
Dr. Blakemore, I think as far as the pricing, they're not probably unsure on that. I'm sure they'll be competitive, but he did mention earlier the options that will be available as far as the different forms of medical cannabis that they'll be processing. Is that right, Travis?
Yes, sir.
I think every option that the statute allows, y'all are
Would you
preparing for.
Like me to go back to the slide?
We saw it. Thank you,
Okay.
sir. Appreciate it. Anybody else have a question? Travis, thank you and your team for coming today. We appreciate your time and your participation today.
Thank you for having us.
So thank you for representing Enchanted Green LLC. Is Jessica Billingsley, did she make it in yet? Okay, we'll just proceed. If we have the next one is Jasper Development Group. Are they here? Jasper Development Group. Okay, good deal. All right, come on in, guys. Ian Miller and Tyler Robinson, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll go ahead and let y'all kind of get staged. And before y'all begin the Jasper Development Group presentation, I'll ask Mr. Justin Aday to make a few comments about your application.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is applicant number 1653, Jasper Development Group, Inc. You have their full application and their applicant summary. Also, the materials that they submitted in support of their application. There were no pass-fail items noted on their application.
Thank you, Justin. Once again, this is Jasper Development Incorporated, applying for a processor license. So if you want to watch, Ms. Peters will have the time allotment up here of 20 minutes. So try to stay within that time allotment. Thank y'all for being.
Materials, sir.
Yes, do whatever you want to do. Yeah, that'll be fine. Not as long as we don't get too high from whatever you're going to pass out. All right. I think y'all have 20 minutes there. So she'll put the time thing on the computer. You'll be able to see it on the shelf up here. So try to stay within the time frame.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Okay. Hey, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Tyler Robinson, and this is my business partner, Ian Miller. I'm a lifelong Alabama resident, a multi-generational row crop farmer since I was 12 years old. I'm the founder and CEO of Jasper Development Group, or JDG. On behalf of our entire team, I wish to thank you for previously selecting our company as a high score and the opportunity to stand in front of you today to demonstrate why JDG should be at the top of your list of qualified, responsive, and responsible respondents to the AMCC's RFP for medical cannabis processor. We sincerely appreciate how difficult your jobs have been in this process. This presentation intends to provide a brief but concise overview of who we are and how we intend to serve the medical cannabis patients here in Alabama, hoping that we can make your decision-making process that much easier. We will use illustrative images, diagrams, and the like throughout the presentation to deliver information. If any of this in any way is too dense or ineligible, please let us know at the end of the presentation and ask as many questions as you might have. The reason for Jasper Development Group is a passion to serve. Ingrained in our company philosophy, spread relief in Alabama. Our eagerness to collaborate with the AMCC and commence operation stems from a shared goal, improving the quality of life for patients needing solutions to their challenging medical conditions while promoting safety, compliance, and the overall success of Alabama's medical cannabis program. We aspire to be a trusted companion in our patients' journeys towards wellness. We are ready and eager to contribute to the success of Alabama's medical cannabis program and collaborate with the AMCC to impact the lives of patients in our community positively. We've taken an under-promise, over-deliver downside philosophy for the application in our capital formation documents. Through comprehensive financial modeling and project planning, which Ian will get into this later, we've determined a worst capital requirement of $8 million. Utilizing the AMCC's prescribed method, overlaid on our rather severe downside scenario, JDG estimates a capital requirement of not greater than $9,978,618 for the first 3 years, covering outflows exclusively and assuming there's no inflows. A scenario that responsible, managers would never allow to play out in the real world. With this in mind, we have a secured asset, including $10 million in a 25-year ground lease in Jasper at favorable rates, providing more than 100% coverage. Additional capital is circled and available as needed.
We have sought the approval of as many key stakeholders as possible, including our city mayor, city council, public works, zoning committee, the sheriff himself, and local 501c3s, with a particular focus on collaborative efforts with the Arc of Walker County, an organization serving individuals with physical and mental ailments and their families for nearly 50 years. Additionally, we intend to work with stakeholders to hire retired military, law enforcement officers, EMS, and similar candidates to make their re-entry to civilian life as smooth and enjoyable as possible. JDG will also work as part of a robust commitment to public health, safety, and education to drive awareness of the dangers of intoxicated driving. Based on conversations with multiple law enforcement personnel and concerned citizens, we believe this will be a major concern in the minds of the public. After conferring with local stakeholders, we selected the property at 13246 Highway 78 East, Jasper. Our proposed property is owned outright by one of our equity owners. It is secured under a 25-year, $1 per year ground lease pending licensure. JDG is fully in compliance with all applicable city ordinances and has been approved by the city of Jasper to begin operations upon licensure. Light interior construction has been ongoing since January, and the installation of perimeter security fencing was initiated in November 23. Building plans are in place. JDG's contractor is ready to commence property improvements in earnest with a 3-day mobilization notice. Operations are slated to commence on or before the required post-licensure period, optimally close to or before the first harvest batches are complete and ready for processing following a comprehensive pre-commencement inspection and full adherence to AMCC regulations. I will now turn it over to Ian Miller to discuss security, leadership, operations, and more. How do you do this thing? Just flip it.
The right button.
Okay, got you.
Hey, good afternoon. I have to apologize in advance. I'll be speaking a bit quietly and my voice may break a little. I promise this isn't some Malcolm Gladwell technique to lure you into closer focus with me, although you're welcome to lean in a little. The reality is that my little niece had a Thanksgiving performance and I cheered a little bit too vigorously, and I'm now paying for that excitement. Today, I'm CEO of a boutique industry consulting company called Catalyst BC, where we support entrepreneurs and operations around the globe, like Tyler and JDG, from small boutique operations to the very largest operators here on planet Earth. Typically, our engagements are helping operators either to design for success or to stand back up after a business failure. Our processing facility, as presented, is meticulously designed in Revit's BIM, Building Information Modeling, which allows us to rapidly transition from line drawings to 3D views to most effectively pre-plan to uphold the highest standards of compliance, safety, quality control, and consistency, and to meet GMP requirements. The facility will eventually operate from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Monday through Friday, and will prioritize functionality, safety, and regulatory compliance while remaining closed to the public. The facility boasts a few specialized areas, including secure entry and access control rooms, formulation and packaging spaces, a DEA grade vault, separate laboratories for ethanol and solventless extraction trains, and designated break areas for staff. It's worth highlighting a few points here on the slide. First, our security analysis and plan are based on industry best practices gleaned from literal decades of bumps and bruises in pursuing operational excellence. For example, we've exceeded base security requirements and included DEA Schedule 1 certified vault and doors. Next, we've performed a camera mapping exercise and simulated camera views using the 3D capabilities that are provided in BIM to help us proactively meet your requirements. We've even gone so far as to order photometric plots of the exterior lighting systems to ensure that nighttime security for staff and the public is just right. Our security plan is meticulously crafted and professionally executed framework, recognizing and addressing the high-profile nature of the medical cannabis industry, with public safety as priority number one. Our plan's strategies span 24-hour alarm systems, audible alerts, panic buttons, and seamless integration with a dedicated monitoring facility. We'll conduct daily inspections to address malfunctions, maintain backup equipment, and utilize intelligent investigative tools. Emphasizing perimeter security, we employ conspicuous signage, an 8-foot chain link security fence, and we adhere to crime prevention through environmental design principles. Our physical security measures include automatic locking mechanisms, reinforced exterior walls, and the conspicuous deliberate absence of exterior windows in order to mitigate soft vulnerabilities. Our security plan features robust theft, diversion, and loss reporting mechanism with immediate management escalation and investigation for inventory consistencies. JDG will use comprehensive background checks for prospective employees, color-coded access badges, and a visitor management system with assigned hosts. Moving on to the team. Tyler, our CEO, is a multi-generational Alabama farmer who works in the medical industry today, helping folks to regain their normal lives through orthopedics. Tyler's passion is the patients statewide who stand to fundamentally benefit from access to safe, compliant, high-quality, consistent, and efficacious medical cannabis products. For the success of this vision, we assembled an experienced team curated specifically for medical cannabis processing. Extensive data on JDG's proposed leadership team is provided throughout our application. The abbreviated version is that our team is made up of a combination of local and out-of-state entrepreneurs, business leaders, and true subject matter experts. Our Director of Processing is Dr. Josh Hartzell. Dr. Hartzell holds a PhD in medicinal organic chemistry with expert level experience in cannabis extraction, processing, and medical goods manufacturing. Josh's experience includes a position as Director of Research and Development for Privateer Holdings, where he designed the first legal large-scale cannabis extraction facilities in both of New York and Kentucky. Josh's experience extends to formulating, processing, and manufacturing products that align precisely with the profile of the AMCC's allowed medical cannabis products, including a deep experience with CGAP and CGMP. Next, our Chief Operating Officer, Dr. Matthew Hoffman. Dr. Hoffman is a seasoned professional in the cannabis industry, holding a PhD in molecular biology, bringing a unique blend of scientific expertise and operational acumen to the team. With a background in biotech and FDA regulatory experience, Dr. Hoffman is a key figure in our leadership team. Next, the powerhouse behind Jasper Development Group success, the Operation Advisory Team, or OAT. The OAT is not just a team, it's a force with a remarkable track record. 5 individuals with over 50 years combined cannabis industry operational experience, spanning all facets of the business: cultivation, manufacturing, retail, transport. The OAT boasts a 100% compliance record across literal thousands of cultivation and processing batches in multiple states, a testament to their experience and commitment. JDG's Director of Security is Sam Raish. Sam is not just a security expert, he's a combat veteran. He has FBI training. He brings a unique set of skills and experiences to the team. His extensive background in the commercial cannabis industry is marked by his pivotal role in managing security operations for one of the largest cultivators in the United States. Again, these are just a few of the amazing people we've assembled to lead JDG, pass on invaluable training and career skills to our workers, and lead with professional rigor here in Alabama. With a focus on providing local jobs and opportunities, we intend to recruit, hire, train, and empower local residents whenever possible. Our internal staff roles, responsibilities, and lines of report chart that you see here are pretty straightforward and are provided and formatted on a template that the team has used successfully in multiple similar ventures with great success. Roles in the 5-year hiring plan include, but are not limited to, accounting clerks, laboratory techs, both for ethanol and solventless extraction trains, extraction prep and inventory control clerks, formulation and packaging techs, shipping, receiving, and inventory control techs, security officers, office assistants, including sales, admin, and accounting, and regional salespersons. What you don't see here principally is the team's commitment to diversity and excellence. Our hiring plan. JDG's commitment to diversity and excellence in hiring is underpinned by a 5-year strategic hiring plan that leverages each of our leaders' experience. The plan aims to identify and retain best-in-class candidates with proven track records, drawing from diverse backgrounds. The recruitment process emphasizes comprehensive training and mentorship from experienced professionals within the organization. Continuous review, updates, and refinements will ensure the plan remains effective in identifying, retaining, and developing high-caliber leaders and professional staff. JDG will offer rewarding benefits, including health, dental, and vision, as well as bonus pools and incentives for saving. JDG's primary entity structure comprises in a C corporation, the OpCo, organized in Nevada, registered in Nevada, which is wholly owned by a limited liability company, the TopCo, organized in Nevada and registered in Alabama. Nevada was chosen for its combination of strong business law and total transparency of the capitalization table down to the UBO level. The formation documents for both entities were included in our initial application. JDG commits to adherence to corporate conventions, emphasizing transparency and communication, reporting, and audit rights for regulatory, corporate, tax, insurance, and legal compliance. Alongside our extremely sophisticated patient and market meta-analysis and financial modeling, JDG has also employed sophisticated scheduling and project management tools to assist us in overall compliance, cost management, and business and market plans and strategies. What you see here on the screen is a CPM or critical path method Gantt chart. This high accuracy scheduling technique is typically used on complex construction and industrial projects. We use this tool to understand how quickly we should move to meet the AMCC's requirements and also be as financially frugal as possible at the same time. We believe that JDG's ability to produce products quickly is not entirely mediated by how quickly JDG can construct and inspect its processing facility, but rather by how quickly the cultivation licenses are built and inspected and allowed to harvest and test. As you can see, this diagram is highly detailed. Candidly, it's almost impossible to read at this scale, so we've included some general helper markers. This would not have translated well in our application materials, but this is an excellent opportunity to demonstrate the level of sophistication and detail that we've utilized in our business planning. This version includes timelines that we've projected for cultivation, processing, dispensing, and integrated licenses, as well as planned scale-ups for each type, so that we can form opinions on where and when JDG fits in the overall market evolution. In the next diagram, we can see additional nuance in the JDG facility-specific planning steps, allowing adequate time for all necessary steps to occur and delivering first products to market in 182 days or less. I'm happy to get in any specifics in the Q&A portion if you like. Here is a summarized version of the steps we plan to take to ensure success, compliance, and optimal results for all stakeholders. Most importantly, our patients. With all of our business and market plans detailed in full in our application, these are distilled down to critical points. It's difficult to address team development, culture building, and commitment to continuous improvement, aka Kaizen, in this format, but these will be priorities from day one and form the backbone of all plans and strategies at JDG. Operations plan. The operations plan is at the core of JDG's operations, production, and manufacturing processes, representing the culmination of decades of industry experience and commitment to care and efficacy. Every step of our manufacturing process is designed to meet the highest standards, ensuring our products are reliable and consistently pure, free of contaminants, and meet intended levels of potency. Our formulations are patient-centric, allowing for uniform and consistent doses that patients can conveniently, quickly, and safely titrate based on physician's guidance. In our initial product plan, you'll find a broad product suite for patient convenience, including gelatinous cubes, fast-acting water-soluble tablets and soft gels, tinctures, salves, body oils, and even a metered dose inhaler. This comprehensive range of offerings caters to various patient needs, ensuring multiple options to address Alabama's broad qualifying conditions. Our extraction protocols are a testament to our commitment to patients. We employ a combination of solventless and cryoethanol-based methods, followed by post-processing, providing patients with options that are both gentle and proven. The solventless extraction method not only extracts therapeutic cannabinoids and terpenes, but also caters to those committed to complete alcohol sobriety in their recovery process. We are not just producing cannabis-infused products. We are crafting solutions that prioritize patients' needs. JDG has executed initial letters of interest with prospective cultivator CRC of Alabama, prospective dispensary RJK Holdings, statewide property holdings, CCS of Alabama, and with prospective state testing laboratory Certus Labs. We hope to have more certainty around our business peers in the coming weeks in order to further establish ties in this young industry. Additionally, we are in discussions with Bevel State University College, or excuse me, Bevel State Community College to set up internships and other programs that support R&D, clinical studies, and the advancement of cannabis-based therapies. This slide mainly reads for itself, but the subtext here is that JDG is committed to being operational ASAP and has continued working behind the scenes over the past few months to that end. JDG's desired DBA name, Homestead Health, evokes our approach to the market and our patient-centric approach. I note that this DBA and logo type are draft. They remain entirely subject to the approval of the AMCC, but we feel it's important to demonstrate our continuing commitment and efforts. The proposed logo uses a tapestry device to evoke JDG's desire to weave its intentions and operations into the rich fabric of Alabama culture. Moving to proposed marketing and advertising, we believe that embracing patients with education is key to building confidence, goodwill, and a robust foundation for the emerging market in Alabama. JDG's marketing and advertising plan is integral to the commitment to empowering wellness and enriching lives in the medical cannabis sector. Our plan encompasses a diverse range of allowable communication channels, embracing both in-person and virtual interactions. Educational initiatives will take center stage, with non-commercial content to foster awareness, understanding, and dialogue about medical cannabis. Our commitment to education extends to regular community education sessions, providing a platform for discussing topics such as substance abuse risks, community support, and safe storage practices. If we may, we'll make a very brief set of closing statements as long as time allows. There are reasons we're all here. Those reasons aren't so much to talk about cannabis licenses or why JDG is an exceptional choice for an AMCC privilege license, although those are really important topics. The reasons also don't include profit potential so much. In fact, we don't believe our proposed business will be profitable for multiple years after licensure, if you grant us that privilege, of course. And that's not because of inexperience, lack of ability to perform, or anything like that. It's because we've done this before, multiple times, at a high level of compliance and a high level of performance, and because we're focused on the patients first. We trust the economics will follow. My personal reason for being here is that about a decade ago, medical cannabis was instrumental in saving my father from 30 years of otherwise inescapable opiate addiction and the curse of chronic pain. Since then, I've dedicated my life to providing patients in need with cannabis-based medicines that are high in safety, consistency, quality, and efficacy, because the one thing I'm here for is positive patient outcomes, more time with grandkids, more happy meals. Perhaps you share a similar reason or know someone who does. Thank you.
Thank both of you for being here today. Do any of our commission members have a question or comment for the Jasper Development Group? Yes, Ms. Skelton.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for being here. We've had several presenters today that wanted to change the amount of time in which they could become operational. And the applications are a year old, so we obviously recognize that. And on yours, you had stated that the days to commence operation would be 270. I just wanted to give you the opportunity. Has that number changed? Could you do that any quicker than 270 days, do you think?
Yes, ma'am. So we can be operational and producing products in about 90 days or less. Really, our operations are contingent on how rapidly biomass supply is made available to us. And because we're industry sort of seasoned experts, we know that it's going to take a little bit of time to go from essentially seed to transfer. So really, our schedule anticipates that into the rolling out of our schedule. But essentially, our plans are final. The building is standing, the floor plate is there, electrical is there, HVAC is there. Like I said, we could be ready in less than 90 days if there were to be supply available in full compliance.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
question. Have you had any regulatory issues in any of the other states that you are in? Any loss of licenses, fines, penalties?
No, ma'am, none whatsoever. In fact, my firm is sort of sought after in the industry for people who have had infractions. And we actually do forensic metric auditing in order to help them to sort of unpack those things and hopefully lessen the severity of what's happened. But the answer is no, zero.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hatchett. Anyone else? Do any of our Zoom commissioners have a question? If not, we thank you for being here today and giving us your time and presentation.
Thank
Thank
you so
you
much.
so
It's
much.
Been our honor. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank y'all so much.
Before I move to the next one, I'm going to check again with long leaf extracts as Jessica Billingsley made it here today. If not, are guaranteed investments available? Okay. Ayman Haswa? Okay. Y'all can go ahead, and I know we're kind of 10 minutes earlier, but if y'all are ready to make your presentation, we'll go ahead and begin. So as Guaranteed Investments of Alabama LLC are preparing for their presentations, and Mr. Justin Aday will give a couple of comments about their application.
All right, this is applicant number 1655, Guaranteed Investments, AL LLC. You have their full application, their applicant summary. They submitted a brief in support of their application, and you have that in your materials, and there were no pass-fail items noted in their application.
Thank you, Justin. I think y'all have a 20-minute presentation. So you'll look at the clock up here and up on, it'll be right on the shelf when she turns it around, but the floor is yours. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, commissioners and others, for the opportunity to present here to you. My name is Ayman Haswa, and I'm here presenting Guaranteed Investments Alabama. Guaranteed Investments Alabama is a proposed medical cannabis processing company to be located in Adamsville, Alabama. First, I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself and two other members of GIA team and the vision and value we know we can bring to the Alabama medical cannabis industry. Then I'll give you a very high level look at some important aspects of our business and operational plans and some aspects about the processing facility we're proposing. By the end of the presentation, I hope you'll see and trust the Guaranteed Investments Alabama to operate a best-in-class processing facility. As I said, my name is Ayman Haswa, and I am acting CEO of Guaranteed Investments Alabama. I have a long history of owning and operating businesses in the medical and adult use cannabis industry. I own 44 acres in Oregon for a hemp and CBD cultivating and manufacturing and processing. I own 180 acres in Northern California. I own cultivations through downtown Los Angeles, Salinas, Watsonville, and San Luis. That's my West Coast assets. In the Midwest, I own in Illinois a fully vertical cannabis retail license, manufacturing license, and cultivation license. In Ohio, I have a medical cannabis dispensary that I own and operate. In New Jersey, I have full vertical licenses as well. And my most recent application was here in Alabama for a processor license. I got hands-on experience in the cannabis field in California, and I studied the cannabis industry for well over 2 decades. I also spent the past 2 decades owning and running other businesses, including a chain of liquor stores in Chicago, which is also a very highly regulated industry. Next, I'd like to tell you about Mohammed Jabber. Mohammed Jabber is the majority owner of GIA. He has called Alabama home for nearly 20 years. Ever since he moved here in Birmingham, to open his first restaurant in 1994. Over the years, he continued to open and operate several restaurants in the Birmingham metropolitan area. As a seasoned restaurant entrepreneur, Mr. Jabber's entrepreneurial skills have been repeatedly put to the test and has proven to be the best of kind and a creative problem solver who can succeed in a very competitive hospitable industry. Skills I'm positive will transfer to the world of medical cannabis as COO, which is Chief Operating Officer. Mohammed will run the day-to-day operations of our medical processing facility. I have known Mohammed for decades, and we have always wanted to launch our own business together. We see this as an opportunity to join forces on a business that capitalizes on what each of us do best, all while benefiting the state and residents of Alabama. Next, I'd like to tell you about Robert Michalski. Robert will be Guaranteed Investments Alabama Master Processor. He has spent over 30 years in the manufacturing supply chain sector as a process improvement expert. Plant manager and director of manufacturing currently, Robert serves as CEO of REMC International, helping clients improve production and introduce new processes using research and development. He's a member of 4 global advisory boards focusing on manufacturing operations. As vice president of operations for Lint and Sprungel, he managed the cultural and operational changes that led to major growth in that company, from 200 million in revenue in 2010 to 600 million in revenue in 2016. And he has spent a great deal of time in the cannabis processing and infusion arena. I could sing Robert's praises for hours, but in short, he's an expert and will hit the ground running here in Alabama. At its core, GIA's mission is to provide Alabama patients caregivers and a safe and effective medical cannabis products. GIA will operate a compliant, secure, and sanitary processing facility equipped to process top quality medical cannabis products. We commit to hiring diverse, highly qualified local staff. We will conduct thoughtful outreach to patients, caregivers, prescribing physicians, and other industry stakeholders. We will prioritize minimizing our environmental impact, and we will fully comply with all state and local laws and regulations. Short-term goals in 1 year: become cash flow positive with 1 year of operation. In 3 years, offer an expanded line of approved products featuring medical cannabis strains that offer new cannabinoid profiles, allowing us to better serve patients. Our signature feedback program will provide us with evaluations from our dispensary partners and end user patients. By year 4, our goal is that at least 75% of our employee team will be comprised of people who have lived in Alabama for over 5 years. Particularly important to me is our commitment to create a community training program for local residents who want to enter the industry. That's how I got my start in the cannabis, and I want to pay it forward by allowing people to learn about cannabis the way I did. Our long-term goals are to continue to build our local supply chain, focusing on local companies for procurement and create sustainable business relationships powered by innovation and collaboration. We'll offer formal mentorship, professional development programs, and affinity group to our staff. GIA will become active, become an active community member and an industry leader in Alabama. GIA has developed a pro forma with detailed projections of anticipated revenues and expenses for the first 3 years of operations. These projections are based on the team's real experience in standing up medical cannabis businesses in other states. Our model projects 3 years of budgeting expenses will require approximately $3 million in initial contribution for build-out costs and other startup expenses like purchasing processing equipment and security systems. The initial capital will provide GIA with an operating runway to solvency. I personally have committed over $5 million through a combination of cash, investment accounts, and credit lines. GIA expects to be running a positive cash flow within a year of opening, generating enough cash to address any unexpected setbacks and to take advantage of unexpected opportunities. In other words, you never know what could happen, so we have built in a healthy cushion. Guaranteed Investments Alabama Processing Facility will be located at 1944 Forestdale Boulevard in Adamsville. GIA has a letter of intent to lease the space from the property owner, Action Properties LLC. Per our agreement, GIA will purchase the property within the second year of operations. It is a 20,000 square foot building with the space to accommodate all the systems that a compliant medical cannabis processor in Alabama will need. The floor plan is designed to comply with all state and local fire and building codes for this kind of facility. The floor plan is designed company employees will occupy the facility from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mondays through Friday, and from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Saturdays, and on Sundays, we will be closed. We have a detailed production plan divided into 2 phases. Phase 1, during the first 6 months, we will establish supply chain relationships, stand up initial quality management systems, contract with vendors, obtain appropriate insurance, hire and train employees, engage the community, and obtain materials and supplies. Phase 2 will be the next 30 to 90 days. During that time, we will refine production, assess market conditions, stand up the initial enterprise resource planning system, ERP. GIA affiliate companies have used this operation structure in other medical cannabis businesses and have found it to be a reliable model. GIA will use the supercritical CO2 extraction method to process cannabinoids and cannabis oils into medical cannabis products. This method is common in several industries, including food and beverage, and it's safe. Has a low environmental impact since it's non-flammable and the solvent evaporates at room temperature. This extraction method produces a safe, clean, and pure product. I won't go into great detail, but overall, the method works by putting ground plant material, which is also better known as biomass, into an extraction container. Carbon dioxide is heated and pressurized, and then a pump forces that supercritical CO2 into the extraction container where it breaks the plant's trichomes, dissolving part of the plant material. The material goes into another vessel where temperature, pressure, and flow rate changes cause certain modules to bond to the carbon dioxide, allowing those molecules to be separated from the plant. That's the extraction process. This method has other benefits too. The carbon dioxide can be recycled, and since the plant isn't exposed to really high temperatures, it doesn't degrade like it does when using other methods of extraction. Our extraction system will be automated and integrated with our inventory management system, which records full data on each batch being processed. Our products will have varying percentages of THC and CBD content. I know people with Crohn's disease and other inflammatory disease illnesses, and they've found CBD to be particularly helpful and without the psychotropic effects. I've heard similar comments from people who suffer from epilepsy. GIA will manufacture the full range of authorized products using a full range of feedstock strains, including a variety of sativas, indicas, and hybrids. If I had more time, I'd love to talk to you about our plans to conserve water, protect air quality for our employees and neighbors, save energy, reduce waste, and minimize light pollution. But I want to make sure we have time to talk about quality control and security. You can read all about our environmental plans in our written application. Quality control has a robust set of standard operating procedures to assure consistency, safety, potency, and lifespan of every batch of our extraction products. Our production will use raw materials in the order they come to us, so feedstock gets used before it can degrade. Other ingredients will be inspected for tampering or irregularities before they're approved for us. Testing products will be sampled and will undergo comprehensive testing by a state testing laboratory to determine the active cannabinoid content and assure purity. Stress tests will show us how the quality of our products vary with time when subjected to a range of environmental factors like heat and moisture. Stability testing will be conducted on each product over time to determine the appropriate expiration date. We'll start out with a 6-month expiration date on all our products. Typically in other states, it's usually 12 months. We intend on doing 6 months. And we'll arrange for additional testing to ensure that the cannabis we use is medical grade and contains no active ingredients other than cannabis. I want to call out 2 components of quality control that are vital: packaging and labeling, and employee training. Accurate labels require accurate measurements, so we'll use pharmaceutical grade scales used in a limited access climate-controlled area designed to make sterilization easy and efficient and to prevent contamination. Training is the final and perhaps the most important aspect of our quality control procedures. Staff will be trained to follow our SOPs to the letter. Mohammed and I, along with GIA's management and salaried and hourly employees, everyone will complete all the required foundational training and continue education. As an added step for quality control, I learned recently about a machine that capsules can run on a conveyor belt, and it's known as a laser quality control machine, where the laser determines if there's any imperfections on the capsule or tincture, if you will, and then it would then disregard that particular capsule off of the conveyor belt rather than sending it to packaging. We will use customized software systems and applications designed to address specific business and compliance needs, which will be adapted as needed to integrate with the statewide seed to sale tracking system. In addition to inventory management, quality management, and ERP systems, we'll use QuickBooks and for finance and ZenFits for HR functions. Our security plan is based on 4 priorities: protecting people's lives and safety, preventing unauthorized access to the facility, creating a professional, safe, and mentored workplace, ensuring a GIA anti-theft or division of our inventory, both raw materials and the products we manufacture. I'll run through a few of the main components of the security and surveillance systems that we will have in place. I know I'm out of time here. I don't know if I should keep continuing. I still have a few more slides.
I tell you what, I think your time would be better taking questions.
Yeah, please.
If that's okay. Yeah, well, all of our members, they have access to that PowerPoint.
Wonderful.
So they have the slides, access to all that. So we're not missing anything on that end, but I think there are probably some questions to be posed.
Please.
Any of you have one, Ms. Skelton?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
I just want to give you the opportunity to, it's on. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
There you go.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going to give you the opportunity to address the days to commence operation. Again, I mentioned earlier, we've had several applicants that wanted to update that number, and you had referenced 180 days. And I know that you gave a really good explanation about the facility and questions that I normally would have to ask, you've already addressed. But on that 180 days, do you stand by that number? Is there, do you feel like you could do that any quicker? And what all would be involved with that 180 days if that is still the number?
Yeah, so simple. It would not require 180 days to complete and get a processing facility operational. A processing facility, unlike a cultivation facility, cultivations require a lot more detailed construction on internal build out as opposed to processing. Processing is more mechanisms and machines and machinery that can be acquired in less than the 90 days. The facility already has its brick and mortar building. It has its electrical, plumbing, water, heat, everything's already in place, HVAC. It would just be simply building, 2 separating rooms and installing security cameras. And the machinery could also be here in less than 6 weeks. Even the machine for the quality control machine with the laser identifying conveyor belt also can be here within 6 weeks. So I don't see a problem with having this facility up and running within 90 days if need be. But as I heard everyone else testify earlier, the problem wouldn't be the processor, it would be the cultivators, right? If we don't have the biomass to process into extraction, then it'd almost be pointless to rush into build out. But can this project be built and completed in 90 days? Absolutely.
Thank you, Ms. Skelton. Anyone else have a question? Ms. Hatchett?
I'll ask my standard regulatory question. In the other states that you operate in, do you produce both recreational and medical cannabis products?
I do.
Okay, and any sort of compliance type issues in any of those states that you've run into, whether it's been a pull of a license or fines, penalties, anything like that?
Never had any fines, penalties in cannabis, and recreational or medical in any state, or even for that matter, for in alcohol too, because I have a chain of liquor stores. I never had any compliance issues in that field either.
Okay, and another question is, what is the relationship with your company or you or any of your associates with Guaranteed Dispensary Company?
So Guaranteed Dispensary, the one that in
The own Sawson.
Nelson is my sister.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
that's my sister, and she decided to submit an application on a retail in the state of Alabama, and I chose to do manufacturing and processing.
Okay.
Which is my area of expertise.
Absolutely. Thank you for that clarification.
Yes, absolutely.
So the building I get is pretty fast, but it's the employee component of it that's the biggest challenge, I would think. How do you plan to address that?
You're very smart. That is exactly correct. So the training of the employees would consume the majority of the time, not the construction and acquiring the machinery needed to get the proposed facility up and running. Training employees does take time, especially with finding adequate employees, fingerprinting, and then verifying the fingerprints with the AMCC here as well. Training the employees in other states like Ohio, that took me in itself approximately 2 months to find an adequate staff, train them, fingerprint them, and then get them approved both internally and then through the state, which is a whole nother process. About 2 months for retail. Manufacturing can be done within the 90 days as well. Processing can be done within 90 days, fully staffing and training, but it would require a lot of work on our part and for us to be here, trained individuals in the space to train other individuals about the space. So what I'd like to see or do is find a handful, 1 or 2 possible local residents that have experience in the cannabis space, so that it'll be less training than someone that would be brand new to the industry.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Jensen, for the question. Any other questions? Any of our commissioners on Zoom call have a question?
Hey, I'm just curious with his background and so many different industries in cannabis. Could he speak on the gross profit margins with processors versus maybe cultivators and dispensaries?
That's Dr. Sam Blakemore on Zoom call asking that question.
Sam Blakemore, thank you for the question. I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear it.
Ask your question again, Sam, if you don't mind.
Yeah, it was relating to gross profit margin. I know you went over the financials and you discussed being a business person, and I just wanted to know what you foresaw those gross profit margins being in processors versus maybe cultivation and dispensaries.
So retail, for example, in the state of Ohio, in my retail cannabis, medical cannabis dispensary, it's quite simple, right? You buy a product from one of the cultivators or manufacturers in the state, and whatever they charge you, you usually charge double, right? And then you offer sale prices or special discounts for veterans or whatever particular sale you want to run on that day or week or month or holiday. So it's about 100% markup for retailers. On the cultivation aspect of things, there are also multiple levels of markups that you can have depending on your automations, right? If you're doing a lot of the work by hand, which is a tedious process, or if you spend the upfront expenses and automate the majority of your systems, you'll end up with more profit long run, and better product for the consumer, that you'll be able to even give better prices than somebody that doesn't spend a lot of the money upfront. Similar to the processing facility here in Alabama, I intend on automating my systems. I'm all about technology, all about the newest tech. Automating systems allow for a processor or manufacturer or cultivator to give even greater discounts to the consumer or the patients.
Thank you, Eamon. Anyone else have a question? Before we move on.
Want to thank you again for having me.
Well, thank you so much for bringing a presentation from Guaranteed Investments
Thank
of Alabama. Thank you. Thank you for your time today. Since we're closer to time that not going to try to skirt in Jessica Billingsley if she's not even here yet. I don't know, has she arrived yet or not? Don't see her. So we'll move on to the next one, which will be Green Acres Organic Farms Incorporated. Are you available? As y'all are making your way to the podium, I'll ask Mr. Justin Ade to make a couple of comments pertaining to your application to our commissioners. Justin?
All right, this is applicant number 1681, Green Acres Organic Farms, Inc. You have their full application and the applicant summary. There were no pass-fail notations in their application.
Thank you, Justin. Are you Carmelo?
I am Carmelo. Yes.
All right, I'll give you the floor, and if you've got other people to introduce, you can do so at your
I have a
pleasure.
quick question before we get started.
Yes, sir.
I have a video presentation. I have an intro, but do I just hit play on this and? I'm gonna have a little intro, but
You're going to introduce the video first?
Yep.
Okay, so when you get ready to, if it's not working, we'll
I'll
get it
give you a
going
signal
for
to
you.
say, hey, start that video.
But you watch the time allotment, and Ms.
sir.
Peters will have it up here on the shelf, and you'll have a 20-minute time frame as you had requested. So the floor is yours. Thank you for coming today.
All right, my name is Carmelo Parsoliti. I'm the CEO and founder of Green Acres Organic Farms. I wanted to put this video together to tell more about my company and address some of the discrepancies in scoring on the Green Acres application, improve our unwavering commitment to Alabamians. I started Green Acres in 2019 with the help of my wife. We actually sold our first home to finance the startup. After 4 years in business, we've successfully created a fully operational extraction lab and have created multiple products containing full spectrum isolate, distillate, most major and minor cannabinoids, and we're creating that from farm to pharmacy. A little history about myself. I'm a third generation founderman. I have 15 years manufacturing experience and 4 years experience in manufacturing cannabis derived products for Green Acres. My 15 years experience were spent in a gray iron foundry, Imperial Casting. My grandfather, Carmelo I, started that company in 1970. It's still in operation today in North Alabama. I'm no stranger to the sacrifices it takes to create something from nothing. I also wanted to touch base on our cancer and Parkinson's program. We have already given over $17,000 this year in Green Acres products to people suffering from Parkinson's and various forms of cancer. As well, we received over 30 comments in our October public commenting period, proving our unwavering commitment to Alabamians. We've created one of the most affordable full spectrum CBD tinctures on the market in the US, and we want to do the same on the medical side. So if we can start the video, please. Since our establishment in 2019, Green Acres Organic Farms has been dedicated to serving the people of Alabama with the utmost care and commitment. Our dedication to delivering safe and effective hemp products has led us to this pivotal juncture where we believe that providing medical cannabis is the next logical step in our mission to support the well-being of Alabamians. We have well-defined practices in place that consistently yield safe and reproducible results. We have a demonstrated track record in the field, offering fully tested CBD products, encompassing a wide range of major and minor cannabinoids. The positive impact of safe and effective cannabis products on the lives of our fellow Alabamians speaks volumes, and our credentials are a testament to this fact. We also have received referrals from local medical professionals who have directed their patients to seek assistance with their health concerns through our products. While it's important to clarify that we do not make health claims or assert the ability to treat or cure any disease, the positive feedback from our customers is both noteworthy and compelling. Allow us to outline the strong reasons that makes Green Acres a top candidate for a medical cannabis processing license. We have played a pivotal role in facilitating the transition of cannabis hemp crops from farm to pharmacy, underlying our dedication to Alabamians and Alabama. Our current operational hemp facility boasts several noteworthy features, including we're Alabama's first closed-loop hydrocarbon butane extractor. We have a falling film ethanol extractor, short path distillation units, 2 white film distillation units, a soft gel encapsulation machine capable of producing up to 80,000 soft gels per shift, a fully equipped kitchen capable of producing 20,000 gelatinous cubes and lozenges daily. current bottling capabilities of up to 10,000 bottles per day, our current hemp processing facility ensures the consistent production of high-quality hemp-derived products. We have strategically invested in industry-leading extraction and processing equipment, empowering us to create a diverse array of hemp-derived products while upholding the utmost standards of purity and consistency. In addition, we are well prepared, as our application shows, with the necessary financial support and architectural plans to expand our operations further by building a state-of-the-art GMP-certified processing facility, conveniently situated just a few blocks from our current hemp processing facility. This expansion reflects our unwavering commitment to meeting the growing demand for high-quality cannabis-derived products in Alabama and beyond. Safety is our paramount concern. Our impeccable record of safety and compliance in our current operations underscores our unwavering commitment to upholding the highest standards of quality and safety. We have implemented a rigorous quality control program that ensures all our products adhere to the necessary safety criteria and batch testing by sending our products to a DEA-certified testing facility. At Green Acres, our journey began in 2019 under the leadership of Carmelo Parsaliti, who held a steadfast belief of providing access to affordable, high-quality cannabis products. Throughout the company's development, Carmelo has carefully assembled a team of highly qualified individuals whose contributions have been instrumental to our success. Our team includes Logan Hester, who brings over 10 years of industry experience with integrated chemical, mechanical, and electrical engineering projects for equipment design, operation, and quality control. Logan received a Bachelor's of Science degree in chemical engineering from the University of Alabama and a minor in business administration. Logan's professional background includes international work in the offshore drilling industry and more recently in the aerospace industry, working on engineering design of cryogenic piping systems for rocket launch pads for some of the leading aerospace companies in the industry. Logan has developed custom extraction equipment in-house, including a falling film evaporator system, and plans to continue developing equipment that will be manufactured here in North Alabama. Lori Glouser is an accomplished co-author of the Medical Marijuana Desk Reference. She plays a pivotal role within the Green Acres team. Her distinguished career has seen her actively involved in the establishment of numerous medical dispensaries, processing facilities, and labs across the United States and Germany. Lori's unparalleled experience in the medical applications of cannabis is a cornerstone of our capabilities. With Lori's invaluable involvement, we are better equipped to navigate the intricate medical dimensions of the industry, ensuring that our products consistently meet the highest medical standards. Her endorsement of our company serves as a testament to our unwavering dedication to the quality and the well-being of Alabamans. Andrew Shaner brings an array of expertise with his background in environmental engineering. His academic background involves lecturing and plant physiology consulting, emphasizing his ability to develop practical solutions. With a Master's of Science in Biological Sciences, he taught as a lecturer at UNA. Additionally, his academic background involves lecturing in plant physiology, consulting, emphasizing his ability to develop practical solutions. With a robust professional and academic foundation, Andrew's hands-on experience managing one of the largest steel mills in America makes him a great addition to our team and will be instrumental in our ongoing success. Green Acres is poised to make a significant impact on Florence, Alabama, through the establishment of a state-of-the-art medical cannabis processing facility. Over the next 5 years, the facility is set to generate well over 30 jobs, contributing to the local employment and economic growth. Green Acres is positioned to be a reliable supplier for state-licensed dispensaries by offering a diverse range of approved cannabis products and providing white labeling services. Furthermore, the facility extends its value to cultivators, offering processing services on behalf of farmers or directly purchasing cannabis crops. This strategic collaboration aims to streamline the production and sale of medical cannabis, fostering mutually beneficial relationships within the industry. Green Acres stands as a pillar for responsible, legal, and community-focused cannabis production and education, positioning Florence as a hub for the up-and-coming medical cannabis industry in Alabama. We are humbled by the positive feedback we've received from our community. We received nearly 50 comments during the first commenting period, giving testimony after testimony about how our products significantly increased Alabamians' quality of life. Green Acres is ready to take on the responsibility of providing high-quality medical cannabis quickly, efficiently, and affordably to Alabama. With our capabilities, proven track record, and expert endorsements, and strong community support, we are well prepared to deliver safe and effective medical cannabis products. We humbly request your consideration for the medical cannabis processing license, and we are committed to making a positive impact on the lives of Alabamians. Thank you for your time and attention.
You can just hit pause if you'd like. I think it's just some comments that you probably have already seen from the commenting period. I wanted to address a few things. On the business license and local authorization, in the notes and the comments, it talked about no supporting documents. We actually went to the last session in December of last year because let's see, the laws that were passed the city ordinances that were passed in November were only for medical dispensaries. We went and worked with our mayor and our local board to change that to encompass all medical licenses, which we included on the application. Our personnel, there were some notes talking only 2 employees to handle the whole manufacturing area. That was just a note on our application when we had 5 listed. So I'm wondering if there was maybe just, looking at different papers that was not our application. This is Lori Glouser. I wanted her to touch base on our employee handbook, our quality control, and our quality assurance plan. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, and thank you for your time. Yes, so in regards to the application and the initial round of scoring, we did notice some interesting anomalies that led us to wonder if the attachments, including the employee handbook, including some of perhaps the resumes, some of the other materials that needed to be attached were not considered as part of scoring. So those are something we considered. It was very surprising to us. We lost a lot of points from that. But I wanted to just take a moment as well to just say that my collaboration with Carmelo is really driven by his meticulous approach to using organic materials and also providing affordable full spectrum products to patients throughout Alabama. I mean, I'm personally, after having been in the cannabis industry since 2013, after a career as a management consultant in the energy business, I myself had a bout with cancer, and I learned firsthand in California what the beneficial effects are of these products. And so because of that, I have a personal connection. I have a personal connection to the Shoals area. And when I met with Carmelo, I was just so pleased to be able to work with him. I get to choose who I work with. My most recent clients were in Germany and Switzerland, where I've been standing up operations, but I choose to work here and work with Carmelo because I really believe in his products and his commitment. And his authenticity, to be frank. So with that, did I miss anything, Carmelo?
I think that's it.
All right.
9 minutes left. If you guys would like to ask.
You can take a lot of questions.
Let's go.
All right. Do any of our commission members have any questions for the Green Acres Organic Farms?
I believe I know the answer to it, but are you associated or working with any state or companies that are doing work with medical or recreational cannabis in other states?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Hatchett. Anyone else? Ms. Skelton?
Thank you for your presentation today.
Thanks for having
Do
me.
you still need, you think 220 days to commence operations?
Considering in the past year, we've made some substantial purchases just for our hemp division, soft gel encapsulation units, full gummy line, full kitchen. I think that would be definitely cut down. I think if we had 120 days, we would be able to be operational. So, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Skelton. Anyone?
Along
Yes,
those
Dr. Jensen.
lines, you're having to build a new building, right?
Correct.
And you think that's going to happen that quick?
Well, we have leases in place. We have builders in place. We have the property already secured. We have all of the equipment to process this. Most of our equipment, we're going to move over into our medical division. We also have a engineer on staff that can help us produce some of the, in my opinion, some of the greatest extraction equipment in the country. So I don't think throwing up a building on our property and our security measures would be an issue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jensen. Anyone else? Any of our Zoom Commission members have a question before Carmelo?
This is Dwight Gamble.
Yes, Dwight, go ahead.
What extraction process do you use?
So we have multiple extraction methods. We have, like we just mentioned, we have closed loop hydrocarbon extraction where we use isobutane, lab grade isobutane. We have a ethanol extraction machine, which is a falling film evaporator built by Logan Hester. We also have a solventless extraction method, basically using a press and heat. We stay away from CO2 extraction. That's a supercritical 500 PSI plus bomb you're dealing with. People try to, oh no, butane is very flammable, but it's, if you have the right procedures in place, it's just as safe as all the others. So we have multiple means of extraction, and we've currently been extracting the past 4 years.
All right, thank you. Tell me about your financial plan.
Financial plan, we have, we have about $700,000 raised through a few different investors. I'm sole owner in the company. I own 100% of the shares. We have a great community of people in place to help us with our project, but I think our application and our financials kind of speak for itself. Is there any specific questions I can dig into for you?
No, I was just curious about, these applications begin to run together sometimes, and just overall your total, what you project your cost will be to get started, and then what you project your pro forma revenue will be over a 3-year period, and then how you plan to fund that.
Right. Pro formas and all that is great, but those are basically, what are we doing? We're making guesses about what the future is going to be. We have processes in place to make this happen. We have lease agreements, we have the property, we have the finances in place to cover those bills, plus the first couple years of operation. And we plan to use, Green Acres Organic Farms Incorporated we already have a business running. We already have a revenue coming in. So I think we've already created a successful business to help push that on into medical.
Thank you.
Mr. Gamble's a banker, so it means a lot to him.
My favorite.
There you go.
Thank
Anyone
you.
else? Thank you, Dwight. Anyone else have a question for Carmelo or Lori? Any of our Zoom commission members have anything to add? Well, Carmelo and Lori, thank y'all for coming today and representing your company and what you have in mind if you get a license. So thank you so much for giving us your time today. We appreciate it. We're running about 13 minutes ahead of time for when we had planned for 1819 labs. Are you here? 1819 labs. Do y'all want to go ahead and make your presentation? If you'd like to, we can go ahead and prepare to do that. As you're making your way to the podium, Mr. Justin Aday will have a couple of comments pertaining to your application for the benefit of our commission members. Justin.
Okay, this is applicant number 1694, 18 Labs LLC. You have their full application, their applicant summary, and there were no pass-fail items noted.
Thank you, Justin. I guess we have Donnie Calhoun, Farzana Kennedy, and Deontay Gordon.
Yes, sir.
Well, good to have y'all here. So watch the computer here, and Ms. Peters will have your time allotment in front of you. So you're welcome to take up the whole 20 minutes. Since we're kind of running ahead, you get the benefit of it.
Great. We appreciate that.
So you
Mr.
have the
Chairman.
floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And members of the commission, we really appreciate the opportunity to be here this afternoon and tell you a little bit about our company. First, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Donnie Calhoun. I'm a community pharmacist. My wife, Cindy, and I own a compounding pharmacy in Anniston, Alabama. I graduated from Sanford College of Pharmacy, McWhorter School of Pharmacy. And also my previous degree was a bachelor's of science from Troy State University. I was born and raised right here in Alabama, and I've lived here my entire life. And ever since I became a pharmacist, my number one goal is taking care of people. That's what I've always done. With me today is Farzana Kennedy, who is also a pharmacist. And Farzana has a master's degree in medical cannabinoid science and therapeutics. And also Deontay Gordon. Deontay attended Auburn University, and he's CEO of Tech Birmingham. He also serves as a board member for the Innovation Depot, which is a business incubator located in Birmingham. And he's also a board member of the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute. So we really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about our company today. As I said earlier, we are founded and based in Alabama. We are an applicant for a processor license. We are minority owned and operated. What's really unique about us is over 80% of our company is owned by current Alabama residents. And of course, what we're going to do is I'm going to give you a little overview of our objectives, our company mission, our team outline, our process review, our facility design. And we're going to try to go over that and leave you guys a few minutes because we know you've had a long, long day. So the most important thing we want you guys to know about this slide is that we appreciate that the commission required good quality practices. And to me, as a pharmacist, the most important thing is that you required pharmaceutical grade products. And for those of you that may not know what that means, I want to give you a definition from the FDA. It's a product or a substance that the FDA has approved for human or animal consumption that meets stringent purity standards. And as a compounding pharmacist, that's what we strive for each and every day when we make those unique dosage forms for our patients. So this slide, we want to talk about what we feel like is most important for our company is our people. Our people enable us to execute on the details that's going to allow us, to achieve the goals and results that our company puts forth for our patients. Processes are going to ensure consistent product results that meets established standards of the industry. We're going to have products that are developed, formulated, tested under pharmaceutical grade standards to be safe, consistent, and effective. Our property's been designed to support and supplement pharmaceutical processes and procedures to ensure that our standards are met. And all of this leads to the most important part, is our patients, which is the mission of our company. Our goal is to be the leading provider of safe, effective, consistent medical cannabis products to the qualified patients here in Alabama. This next slide is going to show you a little bit about where our people on our team come from. So as you can see, our ownership team is based across the entire state of Alabama. We have 14 local owners with Alabama residency, over 300 plus years in cumulative residency across our team. Our team works with patients each and every day here in Alabama. We have over 150 plus years in cumulative pharmacology and pharmaceutical science and experience within our team. And as you can see from this, our team members go all the way from Decatur to Dauphin Island. So our experience, we come from a variety of affiliated industries, healthcare, medicine, manufacturing, compounding pharmacy. You can see that right there. Some of the things we want to really highlight, a lot of our C-suite team members come from the pharmaceutical manufacturing world. GlaxoSmithKline, and also Oxford Pharmaceuticals, which is one of the major pharmaceutical companies located right here in Alabama. Our team also has medical cannabis experience in over 10 plus states. And we feel like it's really important to highlight our team members who come from law enforcement. We have team members from the Birmingham Police Department, Sheriff's Department, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. And why is this important? Because we realize this is a restricted drug. From a pharmacist perspective, we are talking about a drug that a patient is going to take, and we're going to take that very seriously, just like the DEA takes all the other controlled substances seriously. So at this time, I want to ask Farzana to come up and talk about our processes and our procedures.
Thank you, Donnie, for that, going through the first few slides. I'm going to talk a little bit about processes as far as 1819 lab is considered. So there's a couple things. First, I like to express my thank you to the commission for considering pharmaceutical grade cannabis products, because that's so important. And Donnie has emphasized that. As pharmacists, we come from pharmaceutical grade products, especially as a compounder, making products in our pharmacies under the United States Pharmacopoeia. So we're used to coming from a highly regulated industry. So our plan and procedures are based on the manufacturing of pharmaceutical grade products compliant with CGMP standards. Our tried and proven standard operating procedures are ready for implementation soon as we are operational. I'm going to take you through the process, products, and our facility. So let's see. So let me see. Okay, that's process. So like Donnie said, our process is, like I mentioned, and he said it also, that our processor is designed according to the CGMP regulations. So current good manufacturing practice will provide 1819 labs systems that will assure proper design, monitoring, and control manufacturing processes and facility. Our team has extensive expertise, and he has brought those to your attention earlier. So we have identified essential elements to achieve our control manufacturing operations by having a strong quality management systems. We believe that is the keystone of our operation. Obtaining appropriate quality raw materials from our partnered cultivators or integrated facilities that are licensed and operating in the state of Alabama by AMCC. Our robust operating procedures that is already in place, detecting and investigating product quality deviations, that's for our testing and so forth, and maintaining relationships with third-party reliable testing laboratories, along with our in-house testing prior to third-party testing, so that we can prevent some of the issues that we might run into as manufacturers do. Our goal is to produce quality medical cannabis products for patients of Alabama. We know that adhering to CGMP regulations, it will guarantee the identity, the strength, quality, and purity of medical cannabis drug products, as well as it will prevent contamination, mix-up, deviations, failures, and errors. 1819 Labs will ensure quality and safe cannabis products by making sure our facility is in good condition, equipments that are properly maintained and calibrated, employees who are qualified and fully trained, and processes that are reliable and reproducible. Our team is ready to implement comprehensive, modern quality systems and risk management approaches that exceed these minimum requirements and standards. I'm going to talk next into products. We also appreciate that the product requirements for medical cannabis in Alabama are based on pharmaceutical dosage form. This is our wheelhouse. We've been practicing pharmacy and compounding for years, and we have a great deal of experience in navigating that process. Our team, having pharmacists, physicians, and experienced in pharmaceutical industries, such as we have pointed out earlier from our team member coming from the industry. We believe that cannabis is medicine, and patients and providers should have access to a variety of options. 1819 Labs is to offer a wide range of dosage forms with high purity pharmaceutical quality products to medical cannabis patients, such as tablets, capsules, suppositories, topical, etc., as pointed out in our application guide. Our nanotechnology method, which will provide further options for starting low and go slow dosing with enhancing precision medicine. With the goal of providing patients and most precise methods of manufacturing, we'll be providing patients with replicable and consistent therapeutic benefits based on pharmaceutical grade standard operating procedures. We have intended a few snapshots from our application for you of that standard operating procedure. And regarding the products that are included in our application. I know that excipients are a big part of making products. So we have an excipient, for those of you that may not be familiar with, it's just an inactive ingredient that require in making of a product. And examples would be fillers, coloring, flavors, etc. And 1819 Lab has secured number of contracts with companies and opened up already existing relationship with some of the companies that are providing APIs, including active and inactive APIs in the States. So we have acquired some of the relationship to use in our medical cannabis production for 1819 Labs. And we have included them in this slide at the bottom. Our quality control plan and procedures include in-process internal testing to ensure proper CGMP compliance during processing and manufacturing of cannabis biomass and APIs. As a patient and quality-focused organization, we will provide an unparalleled level of medical-grade cannabis products through our deep understanding and experience in GMP and the use of most up-to-date technology. Our team with various expertise, including healthcare professionals, such as doctors and pharmacists who are already serving patients in Alabama, organizations and local communities, sets us ahead and apart from other cannabis operations. My last slide will be based on the facility. So we have gone over the facility a little bit with Donnie pointing out, but also we have included some snapshot from the application of site plans and layout of our security. And for the purposes of security issues, we're not going to go into the detail, but you have total access to it in our application. And it also shows from product flow to the compliance of cameras and so forth. And I'm just going to point out a couple different things here. As I mentioned before, our facility is designed according to CGMP guidelines. We have included a snapshot, like I said, with the drawings from product flow to security layout. When you look at our drawings, you will notice that we have separated out a few things. I wanted to point out the receiving and shipping bay. We have separated out the receiving and shipping bays based on the fact that cross-contaminations can be a major issue if you're using the same shipping and receiving bays, because not only that you're receiving cannabis products or going out, you'll be having multiple other elements coming into the operation. So cross-contamination is a big thing that we're trying to avoid. Also wanted to point out that because it's a CGMP-based air shower that we have created for the entry into the quality area for our employees, and also to point out our recall plans and quality control and all of that. And we have also created positive and negative pressure rooms for patient safeties as well as products. With that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Deontay.
Thank you, Farzana. To the commissioners, thank you again as well, because I have no earthly idea why you would take this up as a job. I'm sure you all have made a lot of friends in the process, but if I had to guess, you all would do it because of leadership and servant leadership at that. You all recognize what's at stake. And so I want to make sure that we acknowledge that. Obviously, we sent you all a lot of numbers, a lot of information and packets. And so I think it was important for us to also put names behind those numbers. So not just you all would know what will be done, but who will be doing it. If I could take a little bit of liberty to share additional details about my background. I don't come from a pharmaceutical background, but over the past 2 decades, I have done a lot in terms of economic development and community development. I've been in this role now as president and CEO of Tech Birmingham for 6 years in December. Our job is simple: make sure that we are recruiting companies and startups to this state, that we are giving them the resources that they need to grow and flourish, and that we are serving as the chief voice and advocacy arm for our technology and innovation ecosystem. Shortly after taking on that role, we attracted $4.1 million in the form of a grant to make sure that young women and girls had access to STEM careers. Shortly after that, probably the height of my professional career, I stood on stage with Tim Cook as we unveiled an initiative to create pathways for adult learners as well as those in school that attracted tens of millions of dollars. And I could go on and on and on. Before that, I was in economic development, working more so with Main Street businesses, not the large 500 person, auto manufacturing plant, nothing of that nature. But those who had a dream of being a restaurateur, somebody who wanted to open a gift shop, a coffee shop, bookstore, whatever the case may be, but we worked to take them from concept to concrete. And then before that, it was technology as well, but more so on the technical side, creating business processes, helping companies have legacy systems, talk to new systems, things of that nature. But we've had tremendous impact for that. I lift that up because a lot of this is about the community. That's the lens that I bring. Obviously, we're talking about facilities and the location where that's going to be. And that is important. Obviously, what goes on inside it. Does it adhere to GMPC, CGMP? Apologies. Is it in partnership with the community? And that's one of the things that I wanted to lift up. We have some of the, I call them the boring bullets, but they're the bullets that need to be said, because I want to make sure we're not setting the expectation that because we have these high aspirations, that we have these 3, 5, 10-year plans, that we've taken our eye off of the main ball, which is to make sure we're delivering something safe and efficacious, and that we're doing so by checking all of the boxes, crossing the T's, dotting the I's. Starting from the bottom, clearly you'll see that we've already done successful site assessments, including environmental impact assessments. Over 150,000 people live within a 30-minute drive. Again, that is important because that speaks to workforce development initiatives. And that's something, again, that I want to make sure that we lift up. We're going to talk about the pharmacological aspects of this, the safety, security, but there's also a community component as well. And so we want to make sure that we're developing workforce initiatives to engage with the community. One of the things that I clearly recognize in my work is that you can't do things to a community. You have to do things with the community. And so obviously we're presenting our plan right now, but we have all intentions to completely make sure the communities in which we operate, that they have access to career pathways into this. And of course, from the product standpoint, that they are being well served as well. Getting to the facility, 16,000 square feet, that is under our control. 8,000 square feet for expansion. We don't have to worry about what happens, but I do want to lift that up because we can meet early market demand. Obviously, this is a new industry and it's going to take time to reach cruising altitude, so to speak, but we've already projected 180 days. I believe that is in the material that you all have. But of course, recognizing that in some ways this is a moving target. But the important thing is that we have that facility and it already exists. So wanted to make sure that we lift that up. And of course, as you would expect, we have the support of the city council. We worked hand in hand in the form of partnership with the local EDA authority in Calhoun County. Quickly going over some other details. I mentioned partnerships and that work that I did in the educational landscape. We built partnerships with a number of HBCUs, a number of 2-year, 4-year institutions. The team represented here and the team that you don't see have already sat down with a large number of industries, a large number of professors and faculty, staff, leadership at some of these institutions, not just for product partnerships, but also, again, in thinking about workforce and thinking about research. And that's something that kind of ties into the second point there, the educational programs. And we've talked some about educational programs for the patients. This is something new. We want to make sure that they have access to safe and effective information. But there's also an educational component for the medical community as well. And so we want to make sure that what it is that they're prescribing, why they're prescribing, that they feel empowered, that they can make the best recommendation based off of the latest science and information. Again, in terms of demonstrating proper capacity, we have gone well above and beyond, I believe, in securing $25 million for this project. So that far exceeds 3 years of operating capital as required. We've also developed business relationships, of course, across the value in the supply chain. Proof of insurance, again, some of the boring bullets, but it's worth pointing out. And of course, the website is all ready to go. Again, a lot of this being contingent upon us moving to the next step. I see that I am over the score report. I will just say that we were beneficial. We were fortunate to have the highest score both rounds. And obviously, I know there was a agreement made, and so those won't be considered, and that's completely fine. But I think it still speaks to the quality of our application. And so I'll just end by expressing our thanks again and our support for an objective, a fair, quantitative evaluation process, one that is done with subject matter experts under leadership and guidance, excuse me, from the AMCC, with the ultimate goal of providing pharmaceutical grade products to the patients of Alabama. Thank you.
Thank you, Deontay. You did mention that our scoring is no longer being considered, that USA had done for us. So we'll just kind of keep that in mind, but we're all being mindful of that. And so we'll keep that in mind, but I'm glad that y'all recognize that that's where we are.
Absolutely.
So thank you. A great presentation. Do any of our commission members have a question for 1819 Labs?
Do y'all have any business partners or affiliates that are currently processing medical or recreational cannabis outside of the state of Alabama?
So no recreational, but we do have medical.
Okay. And in those facilities, have they had any sort of regulatory or compliance issues, revokes of licenses, fines, warnings?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Anyone else have a question? For 1819 labs. I've got one, it's kind of, I think earlier it was asked, y'all have a similar address of some of our other applicants. I guess it's the Troy Street in Dothan address. Is that like an agency or an attorney that y'all use for, okay, for licensing?
Yes.
Application? Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for clarifying that. Anybody else have a question? Any of our Zoom members have a question for 1819 labs before we let them go?
Chairman, I had a comment. Mr. Calhoun, I believe Mr. Calhoun was on the board of pharmacy back when I was in pharmacy school. So I just want that to be a comment. Thank him for his service. The other thing that I wanted to add, Mr. Calhoun, do you have any discussion regarding maybe pediatric dosage forms, how you would formulate that?
Yes, we do. And I'll let Farzana speak to that.
Yes, we have, and we have submitted actually our dosage forms, pretty extensive, form of products in the application package, and pediatric dosages measurable in those dosage forms. Yes.
Thank you.
So tinctures is what we have on the pediatric side.
Yeah, that's Dr. Sam Blakemore. He's our pharmacist, one of our commissioners here.
Yes.
On
Fellow
a-
colleagues, yeah.
on a Zoom call. Did you get that, Anna? Sam, okay. Anybody else have a question before we adjourn? Do what? Justin, go ahead and make your comments. Go ahead.
We can dismiss, I think we're done
Oh, are we done with them?
with them. if there's
Okay.
no others, yeah.
Thank y'all for coming. We appreciate your time today.
Much for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We appreciate that. Before we do, anybody else have any comments before we ask for an adjournment? Yes,
I'm
Justin.
going to just get on the record those that we did not hear from and make sure that we're clear as to what you have before you for those applicants who are still in consideration for license, but they did not make presentations. And I'll do that both for the secure transporters and the processors that we went through today. So the remaining ones that we have is applicant number 1614, Alabama Green Transport LLC, a secure transporter. You have their application. You have the applicant summary for them. They did have pass-fail show cause notice that was sent to them, and we did not receive a pass-fail show cause response, and that's noted in your materials. The next one is applicant number 1637 XLCR Inc., a secure transporter. You have their application, you have their applicant summary, and there were no pass-fail items noted in their application. The next one is applicant number 1657, Global Security Group, Inc., a secure transporter. You have their application and the applicant summary. They were sent a pass-fail show cause notice, and we did not receive their pass-fail show cause response, and that's noted in your materials. The next one is applicant number 1674, Harville Motor Company, Inc., a secure transporter. You have their application and the applicant summary. There were pass-fail items noted. They were sent a show cause notice, and they sent a show cause response, and that response is included in your materials. The next one is applicant number 1688, a secure International Communication LLC, a secure transporter. You have their application and their applicant summary, and they had no pass-fail items noted. Moving on to processors, applicant number 1646, Longleaf Extracts, LLC, which was the one that was scheduled for earlier today. A processor, you have their application and their applicant summary, and there were no pass-fail items noted. Applicant number 1654, Arbor Vita Care, Inc. You have their application and their applicant summary report. There were no pass-fail items noted. Applicant 1680, Green Phoenix Holdings LLC. They are a processor. You have their application, their applicant summary report. They did receive a pass-fail show cause notice and submitted a response to that, and that response is included in your material, along with some additional supplemental information that they submitted with that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, that covers the processors and secure transporters.
Thank you, Justin. That's a long day, concludes a long day, but anyone else have a comment before we recess? I need a motion to recess until tomorrow morning at 8:30. Got a motion from Ms. Taylor Hatchett, a second from Ms. Lori Skelton. Any other discussion on that? We will be recessed until tomorrow morning at 8:30 and back here in this same room. Before you leave today, I need all of our commissioners to come back in the back and pick up a material or two for tomorrow. Thank you.